All right. Let the beat build a little bit. Let the beat build. You know what I mean? Go let the beat build. Why does this thing say 17 hours ago? I'm here now. I'm here now. I'm here now, Quinn McDonough. Roll more time. What that? It's crazy. It's crazy. Get my mind right real quick. Prepare to get my mind right and we'll get started. Roll more time. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and do this. Go ahead and be safe. Oh, while I prepare this. Roll more time, y'all. We're gonna get started. I had to come off camera real quick while I prepare this thing of mine. Give me 2 seconds. I hope you've had a blessed evening. You know, there's a lot of people that didn't have any kind of. Think about that. We could be dead. Okay. I don't want to be that guy. I want you to see me. I don't want to be that guy. But we could be dead as hell. So hope you had a good evening. If not, we're here. About to do some parole more time. We got some good cases tonight. And then afterwards, you know what? I want to talk, man, because I'm willing to throw my talent. I'm willing to throw my talent and say that if you're willing to say that it's just us, we together, I'm with it. Well, they're just gonna start the hearing without me, huh? We ain't gonna do that. We ain't gonna do that. We ain't gonna do that just yet. That's what we're not gonna do right now. Give me a second. But as I was saying, we're gonna talk about if y'all want to just throw in the towel and say, hey, you know what, man, I'm tired of the shit. You know what? Just it's us. And if you are us, it's just us. You ain't gotta say nothing else. We gotta come together. You can tell when black people are excited about something. You can. We get to singing and speaking joyfully and dancing. I want you to see me. Fuck it, it's just me and you anyway. I want you to see me. I want you to see the pure excitement on my face. You know, let's start it. Parole one more time. Let me know what you guys do. And you need to quit touching the screen too. Normally they don't let them just touch the screen like that neither. Whoa. Why is it loud like that? Okay.
All right, the Committee on Parole is now convening at Union Parish Detention Center. It's 9:23 a.m. on Tuesday, November
Let me know
4th,
you guys with your
2025.
parole.
Could we
One
get the
more time.
officer there at Union Parish to please introduce yourself for the record, sir?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Sergeant Hill.
All right, thanks so much for accommodating us this morning, Sergeant Hill.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
we have before us Mr. Russell Doom. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Russell Wood Doom III, DOC number 771600, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Doom, I want to acknowledge we have some guests here with us in Baton Rouge. We have the victim's mother, Ms. Jackie Jones, and she'll be saying a few words in just a few minutes.
Yes,
Along
ma'am.
the stepfather, Mr. Gilbert Dewey. Both are here in opposition, but first, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record. And
Yes,
then
ma'am.
I'm going to ask you to confirm or verify that it's accurate, and then I'm going to turn it to Mr. Freeman, seated to my right, because your case has been assigned to him.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Doom, you are classified as a first felony offender, currently serving a 7-year sentence. You were sentenced in August of 2022 for sexual battery and computer-aided solicitation of a minor. Your parole eligibility date is March 18
Oh,
of 2026. You don't earn good times.
Hey, what did him? Don't do that. Not gonna do that. Damn, Richard. Thank you. Thank you for not. Damn, then in the hell to the nah. What? 7 years? Louisiana, you get caught with a bag of grass big enough, you're gonna get more than 7 years. He was soliciting and he was dipping and tipping. Oh, he gotta go. He gotta go.
So your full term date is December 18, 2027. Is that
Yes, ma'am.
accurate?
Dipping
Yes,
and
ma'am.
tipping. Bro, you
Mr.
dipping and
Freeman?
tipping.
Okay, Mr. Jones, good morning.
Oh, this is gonna be quick.
Good morning, sir.
First off, tell me, what did you do to get yourself put in there? And what have you done since you've been in there that you think that I should let you out today?
I had a bad night, sir. I was drinking. I was on drugs.
A bad night.
I succumbed to problems that I've dealt with in my life, and my victim, Miss Kate, I apologize. I made a mistake, and I'm doing my time on that mistake. I don't
Yeah, it wouldn't I couldn't get my switches together quick enough. Listen, when you poop the bed, that's a big mistake. When you drop the roll up on your last little bit, when you drop that in the floor, right? When the shell falls out and everything falls into the floor, that's a mistake. Playing with children, anything like that, this guy must be crazy. Must be crazy.
I don't look at it as I didn't make a mistake, and I don't look at it as I'm innocent. You know, I was
What?
convicted. I didn't fight the system. I took my charge and I took my sentence.
I didn't fight the
And I was
system.
actually expecting to not have a parole date, sir. When I got my rap sheet, there wasn't I don't know if it updated with laws changing, but since I've been incarcerated, I've worked on myself. I'm currently the laundryman at the facility. I've worked basically since January 8th of 2022 as the laundryman at this facility. I've been in no infractions. I get along with the staff. I'm trying to fix myself because I've lost a lot of time with my son, some very valuable time. He's 15 currently. Um,
Yeah.
I should have been there. I lost my father when I was 6, And I know how not having a positive male role model in your life can affect you.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute him for a second. Is it not crazy to anybody else how they always talk about themselves, their children,
No, I'm sorry.
but now he's talking about the victim, so I'll mute him.
I
Talk
want
about
to
the victim.
better myself. I want to be the father that my son deserves. I want to be the husband that my wife deserves.
Oh, you got a
I
wife?
want to be the citizen that the public
Huh?
deserves. You know, I know that I'm going to have stipulations, and I know there's things that I'm going to have to carry along
What you
in
mean?
my
You ain't getting
life.
out right now, bro. You're gonna do them
If I
7
do get
years.
out, whether it be on parole or my full-term date, um, it's going to be a struggle, but I know that I'll be able to achieve what I set my mind to.
Uh-huh.
Um, I just want to be the man that the people in my life deserve. The God-fearing man that doesn't want to make these mistakes. I don't want to drink anymore. Um,
You don't want to drink no more,
I'm
y'all?
surrounded by bad things that I could get into here that I choose not to,
Uh-huh.
because I don't want people to look at me as my faults. I want people to look at me as what I could be,
Yeah, not
not
that they don't
what
want to
my
be around
past
you, right?
reflects.
That's what it
I
is.
want
Okay.
to just, like I said, I want to be the person that has respect. I disrespected my name and my honor,
Hmm.
and that's not anything my family or the people that love me deserve to have to deal with.
Hmm.
Gotcha.
And I know that it's going to be an ongoing battle. And I just, with God with me, and
Sorry. Somebody
I
was right
just
the
want
other
to
day.
be
What you
able,
laughing for all
like I
the time?
said, to be the man that people respect and
No,
that my family
I'm sorry,
deserves.
y'all.
You know, whether I get paroled or do my full term, you know, it's a day to day, day to
Gotcha.
day. Yes, sir.
Okay, I might ask some more questions. We're gonna get into it deeper, during
Yes,
our. Okay, we have nobody here, on your behalf, but we do have some victims here, and, we have Miss Jackie Jones and Mr. Gilbert Dewey. Ms. Jones, you wish to speak? Would you please go to the podium and tell us what you want to know about us to know about Mr. Doom?
Here we go. Speaking against.
So I told my daughter he was somebody she could trust. He defied that. That has caused a strain on my relationship with my daughter because he knew of things that had happened to her and he abused that. He's not a good person. He's not trustworthy to be around other children. This isn't the first time. It may be the first time he's been charged. But it's not the first time he's ever had issues with juveniles. I think he deserves the full time. I don't believe he's gonna be the model citizen when he gets out. He may be the model citizen while he's on parole. But once he gets off of parole, there's nobody to watch him anymore. There's plenty of people that have told me that they were too scared to go to the police, do their thing, you know, just. He's destroyed my family. My daughter, I haven't seen her or spoken to her in months. I don't know where she's at. I'm not saying everything he did was the cause of this, but he was the tipping point. And I don't have my little girl no more. He
Do you
doesn't
agree?
deserve to be out here.
Thank you, ma'am.
Should
Appreciate you
change.
coming today. Okay, Mr. Doom, let's get into you.
Sir, can I start by saying that I apologize for any harm to her. I would like to apologize to Jackie and the family.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that, bro.
I'm sorry. You know, I know those are words, but I truly am. I don't
Okay,
never wanted to cause anybody pain.
gotcha, gotcha. Okay, well, let's get into it. What kind of classes do they offer over there?
I haven't been they reentry, I believe. They offer reentry here, but I wasn't I found out about this hearing this morning as I was being woken up
So you
to
weren't gonna
learn
take
that
no
I had a parole
classes.
hearing. I didn't know that this I when they
Wow. So
They,
you
they
weren't gonna
talked to
take no classes.
your wife didn't tell you the date?
no sir, I haven't been able to get in touch with my wife for a year. I tried calling her last night. I don't know if it's spam blocking on her phone, but
Mhm.
no sir, I haven't been able to get in touch with anybody but my sister.
Okay, any contact with your son? Do you have any
Call it
contact
spam
with your son
blocking.
at the present time?
I can't get in touch with besides letters, sir. I've written them because I can't get in touch with them through the phone and they don't have the account. I don't the only contact I have with the outside world is my sister's.
So his
Got you,
family,
got you.
um,
Okay, and,
obviously
what,
not with that.
what about sex offender training? You hadn't had no sex offender classes?
No, sir.
See that, and
No,
that's,
sir.
if they don't even offer that there, I would take it.
No, sir. I think you have to go to Bossier or
Well, you're gonna do the
We're
rest of
gonna
your
there's
get you,
time.
another.
you need those classes before, you're released to the public, in my opinion, anyway. And,
Yes.
so
You can
your
miss
sisters
Renata.
and all, none of them wanted to come today to speak on your behalf, or you didn't know to
One's
tell them?
in one's in California and one's in New York. I didn't know.
Okay, I got you.
I had no idea, sir. I didn't know to let them know.
I got you.
It
I
wouldn't
got you.
help.
Okay, and I want to note that you scored a 2 on your static 99, which is not good. It's not good.
What
Means
is
you're a
that?
moderate. Static 99 is a sex offender tool that says what's the likelihood of you reoffending? And you had a moderate risk, which is that means not really good. Mr. Doom, I'm gonna say this, because obviously, you had a DWI before and you had an indecent behavior with the juvenile. What happened with those
Wow.
charges?
The DWI
Give me a
was
second, you guys.
About DWI, what happened
Transfer
to
this.
the, indecent behavior?
the charges were dropped,
Okay,
I believe.
What?
okay, yeah, the district attorney, they didn't proceed. Okay, and, you also had an aggravated arson and a cruelty to juveniles. That was
Yeah,
when,
that was in Calcasieu Parish and that was dropped. That was
okay,
somebody trying to attack me. And the blood that they saw on my son when the paramedics checked,
no,
well, it
that's
was my
not the
blood.
same thing. That's not the same thing. This is when you poured gasoline at the, strip club, Cloud 9 Gentlemen's Club.
That was the club I was managing.
Okay,
And that
Okay.
was dropped because the guy that filed them was trying to get me out of the situation. Those
Okay.
charges were dropped.
okay. And then, of course, we have the instant offense. You do have opposition from the district attorney, sheriff, and attorney general, all opposed. And of course, you've heard from the victim's opposition. The biggest problem is you have total lack of classes. I mean, I think you have one class. And, you definitely need victim accountability, victim writing, you need sex offender class, you need all kind of stuff. So right now, that's all the questions I have.
What's
Yes,
your
sir.
level of education?
Say that again, ma'am.
What's your level of education?
High school.
You graduated?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I went to work. I started working
And so when did you find you had a parole date? When did you learn that? Just
this
today?
morning.
And so prior to this, you never inquired about programs there?
Nope.
No,
Just
ma'am.
because you know you needed them?
Yeah,
Regardless of parole or
I
not?
wasn't, ma'am, say that again.
Regardless of whether or not you had a parole date, you never inquired for program participation?
They don't have any classes like that here, ma'am, and
I
you
thought
can't,
you said they had reentry.
they do, they have reentry, but it's picked. You can't apply to it. They pick inmates that are close to release date, and
Okay.
those,
So do you have any write-ups?
no, ma'am.
Sergeant Hill, is he still in the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Doom?
Well, he's been our hall man, I mean, our laundry man for like 3 or 4 years. And he has never been a problem for us.
Good, thank you.
Never, we don't, the programs that he need, we don't offer them here. Like, we don't have a sex offender class, and our reentry ain't really the reentry. Most of our guys, when they go to reentry, we send them to another jail.
I see. All right, well, thank you, Sergeant. We appreciate that information.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Doom, I don't see any other questions, so Mr. Freeman will be voting.
Okay, Mr. Dune,
So they can get sent to a place
biggest
and not
problem,
get the
like I say, you
treatment
have
they need.
total lack of classes, and your criminal history isn't the best
You
in the
can't
world
fix that
either.
anyway.
My vote today is to deny, but I also request that you be moved to an institution that they have sex offender class. I definitely think you need that before any release date. So my vote
Yes,
is to.
Mr. Byron?
I concur with Mr. Freeman, deny, same reasons.
And my vote also is to deny for the same reason. So, Mr. Doom, today your parole's been denied, but we'll ask if you can be moved to another facility for programs. Good luck to
yes,
you.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Y'all have a blessed day.
None.
Thank you.
Hear all that. Have a blessed day. So denied. Uh, really no surprise there. And again, I don't know why I do these so many times, cover these, and then I try to act surprised when um, it ends up being 7, 8 years. But in Louisiana, I'm gonna be honest with you. And no, I'm not gonna say that yet. I gotta watch. I've been watching these and covering parole hearings probably 3 or 4 years now, but I'm gonna give it a little while longer before I come up with my assumptions. But I will say this: there's a lot of um, sexual crimes, whether it be um, incestual family fathers and stepfathers, or just a lot of that, and domestic, a lot of domestic. So, got another one coming up. We got a John Goods, DOC number 482478. He's actually up for revocation. So already prior, um, excuse me. Ooh, he's already coming in. Already prior on parole, and must have some kind of new violation. I actually think that this might be somebody working with the sheriff's office. Let me let you guys see, or not the sheriff's, wherever he's locked up. Excuse me. A lot of talking going on. All right, let's go back in. He disappeared. That was a black dude too. Real black, like purple black. Get my mind right. You guys think about that last hearing though. And you see this, um, whatever time it is, just give me a comment. Let me know. 7 years. He's done 3 of them. So it's kind of like I shouldn't assume, but I'm going to. He alluded to with his eyes. Hey, either way, he's got an outdate. 7 years. Oh yeah, they get resourceful. Somebody got the computer, but also you gotta know that they got the phone watching the computer, so somebody else could double tap in. That's what I'm talking about. Somebody can't use YouTube, obviously. You might want to send them a link. Oh yeah, they're resourceful. Boom. Now you close it on her. Okay. All right, let me know. I think we're about to get started. The next hearing. Again, let me know what you guys feeling on this one. Parole one more time. Still Smoking Show. Back in the basement with your boy Rashad. Shad. Shot it. Shad. It's 10 o'clock. You know what? I'm gonna give you all I got till about 12. Give you all I got till 12. It's gonna be a good one to sit back and watch. Let's see what we got here. I can tell because they got a lot of people speaking. The more the merrier. Yeah, you need to give that up. She's still trying to get that. Can you see in the top right hand corner? She's still trying to get that phone to stand up. She ain't stopped yet. Not yet. Ain't stopped yet. Well, she gonna let her wrist go. Go dumb. I don't know, man. I'm feeling kind of froggy. Let me get this coffee in my system. When I get done, go past the bed. And I'm gonna be like Scooby. And ladies, cover your ears. I want to ask the fellas something. Fellas, what did Scooby do? What Scooby do, fellas? Look at me. Look at me in my face, boy. Scooby do work. That's all Scooby ever did. Y'all don't even know, man. That's all
All
Scooby
right,
ever
good
did was
morning.
work. Scooby do work.
The Committee on Parole is convening at Madison Parish on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. Morning, sir. Could I get the officer there to introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, my name is Carl Kamak. I'm the video conference officer.
Okay, thank you, sir. And this is Mr. Goods.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Goods, good morning. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is John Goods. My DOC number is 482478.
And you have counsel, do you have Ms. Bridget Brown there with you this morning?
She's not with me in person, but she's on Zoom. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
She couldn't be here.
okay. And here we have Ms. Tammy Brown here
What you doing?
with us in Baton Rouge. You want to enter your name for the record, ma'am?
Yes, Attorney Tammy Brown here on behalf of Mr. John Goods.
Thank you.
And Chairwoman, this is Bridget Brown. I'd like to enter for the record that I am present. I am in Tallulah. I appeared at the prison this morning, an hour before this hearing was scheduled to start. The warden and two of his employees were very polite as they escorted me off the premises because they explained to me that they do not allow lawyers to be present next to the inmate while the parole hearing is going on. So they escorted me off the premises and explained to me that I could participate by Zoom, but I was not allowed. So I didn't not show up. And I wanted to be clear that my effort.
All right, so those of you that caught the last stream, there's something called people that that help not so much, right? And I'm not gonna predict anything, and it's my last time pausing. But again, I'm putting my thoughts into if I'm gonna give them parole or not. I'm already looking and listening to what she's about to say. And look at Miss Renata's face. Look at her face right now. Look at her face. They don't care. It's good. You good. You good, homie. But she does have to let them know
And
that
I've done
because they will
1,000 of
ask,
these
"Is your
hearings.
lawyer not showing
I've
up today?"
always gone to the prison, sat next to my client and participated. This morning, I was not allowed to.
Yes, ma'am, I appreciate that. And it's our understanding that Ms. Tammy Brown will be making a presentation. We'll ask her to do so shortly.
Yes. May I ask?
The case was assigned to Mr. Barra, so I'm going to turn it over to him.
So she showed up at the wrong place, maybe. Did she show up to the wrong place? She's done. All right, here we go.
All right, Mr. Good, it's alleged that you have violated the conditions of your parole in the following manner. Number 3, on 12/10/24,
revocation.
you were arrested in Madison County, Mississippi on a warrant issued by Louisiana Probation and Parole and Franklin Sheriff's Office during a stop by the Madison Sheriff's Office. How do you plead to that?
He pleads not guilty.
All right. Also, on or about November 2024, Franklin Parish Sheriff's Office issued a warrant for John Goods on the charges of rape, amended to domestic abuse, battery, second offense, and domestic abuse strangulation. How do you plead to that?
He pleads not guilty.
And you were also arrested for committing obstruction of justice. How do you plead to that?
He pleads not guilty.
All right. So we plead not guilty to everything. I
That's
have
correct.
information that, first question is, why were you arrested over there in Madison County?
Mr.
Well,
Goods, go ahead and explain.
Well, Miss Thornton, my girlfriend, she had tent in her window, and they pulled us over for that reason.
No, he's asking you, why were you in Mississippi?
I was going to my daughter's graduation. She was in college for nursing. I was going to her graduation.
and he wants you to explain why you were there. Who gave you permission to be in Mississippi for the graduation?
Well, my parole officer, Burgess, gave me permission. I asked him prior to going, and he said it's okay. You can go, Mr. Goods. And so he asked me for a date, and I said I don't know at the moment, but when the time come, I'll call you and let you know. So I called him on a meeting app, and he said it's okay. You can go. And right here on this paper, Agent Burgess was questioned by Good's lawyer regarding the violation. Agent Burgess said he does not recall discussing Good's attending his daughter's graduation, but Agent Burgess said it is possible he told Goods it would not be a problem for him to attend graduation. Agent Burgess came to my house. I don't remember what date, and he told me Goods, it's no problem. Then me and Agent Burgess started talking about our problems. He had problems with his wife or whatnot. Then I talked about my problems. And I had my kids. I had two of my kids. We laughed, say they're gonna be okay and whatnot.
There you go,
And I
that's
said,
real.
Agent Burgess, my daughter is graduating for college and I need to go. He said, man, ain't no problem. Go. But he did say what the date. I didn't know the exact date. And Miss Thornton, she was there. And she is a witness to that. In his paper, know what I'm saying, he admitted that it was possible on the
Right.
hearing and recommendation.
Keep reading the next line after you said he would not be a problem for the attend graduation. Read the next
He
line.
said, however, Agent Bergen said he would have told Good to report to our office before he left to get a permit. Then
Did
Agent
you go
Bergen
and get a
said,
permit?
sir,
Did you go get the permit?
he never told me to come get one. He never told me to come get one. He just said it's okay to go. And
No,
whatever Agent
you
Bergen
didn't know
said,
you needed a travel permit to go out of state.
did I know?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Well, that's kind of what the point of the argument is.
I'm about to
You
say
know, he
what?
said, I would have let you go, but you would have needed a permit. I mean, and that's what you signed on your conditions of parole that says you're gonna have, you know, that's the problem right there in itself.
Yes, sir. But I just doing what he said.
All right. So let's talk about the next thing where it says, they issued a warrant for you for rape, and then you got reduced, amended to second offense, domestic abuse battery and domestic abuse strangulation. What happened there?
Tonight at the house, where I call like fun house, at my mother's house, I get a call from my girlfriend, my fiance, Miss Thornton,
Wow,
and
look at her
she
face. Hold
wanted
on.
me there with her. And
Mm. Mm. Okay. Miss Thornton right here. Okay, bro. Mm. You know what's so crazy? Nah.
I was with someone else, Miss got her name, Miss Quosha Robinson and Kelsey Heckert, two women that was there with me at the time. And when I stopped answering Miss Thornton's phone, she started to come. She come to Winsbury. She have a key. She came in while we was in the kitchen, sitting down talking. And Miss Thornton came in, and I was trying to see who was at the door. And she was like, "Oh, I know that elfin girl Kelsey in there, 'cause today her birthday." and she started putting on my shirt, pull my shirt up, and she started punching on me. And I'm going back, and I
You're
never
doing too
hit her
much, bro.
at all.
You're doing too much.
And so the girl Quosha was like, let me go home. I don't got time for this nonsense. Kelly took out running the room.
So what I'm saying, because they're gonna be people, what do you mean he's doing too much? What I'm telling you is what they're gonna say is, first of all, again, you were in Mississippi, and then now you're talking about she was punching on you. And they're gonna say, so I wouldn't be surprised. Why didn't you leave? Why didn't you walk away? Because they have a very consistent stance on as soon as a problem pops off, you need to get as far away from it as you can. So I'm just saying he's doing too much right now. He thinks he's, you know, and plus they're looking at her too.
And when I left to take Quosha home,
Dang boy, she ticking over there.
and then I come back, Gigi was still there. Miss Thornton was still there. And she was like, I'm sick of this shit. All you do is cheat on me. This the fifth woman. And I'm like, baby, chill out. Just chill out. We was just talking. We wasn't doing nothing. We was just talking. And she like, I'm sick of this shit. I can't take it. And then I said, baby, chill out. Everything is good. And then we sat down, and then we started talking. And that thing, you know, we started having sex. And then we go from the front room to the bedroom. And as we was in the bedroom, the door was still open, and we started making love.
Mm-hmm.
And she moaned and said, "Baby, why are you doing this? I love you." And I said, "I love you too." And we had good sex.
He wildin',
Miss
y'all. He wildin', y'all.
Kelsey, she passed
It's
through and
over.
whatnot, because normally we used to do threesomes, but me and Kelsey and Miss Thornton never did a threesome together. And
Yes.
so as the night passed,
Yes. Yes. Because back then we used to toss each other. We used to do it, right? We was doing the threesomes and we was doing different things, right? Like what? Bro, wildin'. Give me more. That's what we're here for. Y'all,
probably
parole
like
one more
by
time with your
maybe
boy
probably like
Rashard.
2 o'clock, not for sure. Me and Miss Thornton, we left. We left out.
Where'd
I
y'all
asked
go,
her,
bro?
was she gonna come spend the night with me at the house, 3302 Earl Drive. She said, no, I'm going home. I said, okay, I'll see you tomorrow. So as we walking out, Miss Kelsey Hecker was in the front room, sitting down. And I think Miss Gigi said, So as we walking out, I opened the door for her. She left and went her way back to Monroe, and I went home.
That's it?
So you're saying that everything was consensual and Miss Thornton is lying about all of that?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right. And condition number 4, that you're arrested for obstruction of justice, and that stems from
Look at her
phone
face,
calls
you
you were
guys.
making to the victim that they were recording to try to influence the outcome of that trial. What do you got to say about that?
Miss Thornton, she have a sickness problem that I do know of, and sometimes she flips, and I had to call my homeboy like, man, what is the sickness? His mom and his daughter have the same kind of sickness. He say, John, man, you gotta be able to know what I'm saying, to learn up on it first. Then you can be able to cope with them. If she ain't taking her
Oh
medicine, know what I'm saying, that
my
medicine not working,
God.
she
I
need a
gotta
higher
go.
doses. So
Let me go make my
I'm
food.
telling my
Parole
baby,
one more
baby, make
time.
sure you take your medicine. Because when
He
she take her medicine,
really
she
just
calm,
damn.
she nice,
Okay.
she
And some of
happy.
y'all gonna be like,
But
no,
when
what's he
she
doing
off her
wrong? He
medicine,
telling the truth. Okay.
Let me
and
interrupt you. I didn't ask her. I didn't ask you
oh,
about
That's a
her.
whole woman
I
right there
asked you about
on that parole
the
board.
obstruction of justice with the phone
Damn,
calls
boy.
from
I don't
the
even know.
detention centers. Did you make those phone calls? What was
Well,
the point?
we both were calling each other. Yes, I called her at the time, but I was never told that it was no. I had a restraining order against her. I never told to after everything. Well, when I was indicted, that's when they put I guess I never seen nothing of no restraining order. I never seen a piece of paper. No one never told me nothing about that. So I don't understand how I got obstruction of justice. You know what I'm saying? When I'm just trying to help my girlfriend to pass being stressed out, being confused, because her lawyer told her, you know what I'm saying, not to go to the grand jury. Her doctor told her not to go. I didn't understand where this obstruction of justice come from. So I get a call from the judge, sir.
It comes from when Deputy Touchette listened to the phone calls and indicated that the nature of the phone calls indicated that Good was trying to sway or influence the victim's testimony for the upcoming court proceedings. So that's where the obstruction of justice. You were trying to tell her what she should do or influence her to how to testify at the
Sir.
upcoming, and
Yes,
that
sir.
was considered obstruction of justice.
If you listen to the whole conversation, you will see it was no obstruction of justice. You will see that I was kind of console her. If you listen to every section of the tapes, and then they ain't only got the tapes, you know what I'm saying, where I told her, it's gonna be okay, baby. You don't have to go if you don't want to go because your lawyer already told you so. I was saying on that point, not because of me, because at that point, if you listen, it was another tape recording saying when her lawyer was on the phone, I told her, baby, just go. I said, go. I said, go ahead, tell the truth. That's what I told her. If you listen to all the tapes, I guarantee you, it was set up and designed to put me in incarceration. At never time I was trying to stop her from going. Only to console her, sir and ma'am. Only to console her. If I promise, if y'all listen to them tapes, the whole tape, all of them, and you will see that I'm telling her, ma'am, the GG, do as you please. I can't make you go. I can't stop you from going. Your lawyer told you not to go. Your lawyer told you to plead the fifth. And you will see on her papers, the lawyer sent to the DA. And even the DA told her she didn't have to come.
Still talking?
But when she got up there with my father, they said that you come sign a paper and we'll get off the case. But they then pursue to get her a summons to come to the grand jury. She chose not to go. I basically want her to go to tell the truth because I want my name cleared.
No,
I want my name cleared.
no.
These people came in with a plea that, know what I'm saying, with no contest. If I was guilty, I would have took that plea. I took that plea. All I did 20.
Deputy Touchette that listened to the calls and made this statement that the calls indicated Goods was trying to sway or influence the victim's testimony in the upcoming court proceedings. He lied to?
Say it again, sir.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out, Deputy Touchette listened to the phone calls and indicated that the nature of the phone calls that Good was trying to sway or influence the victim's testimony. Were you trying to sway or influence the testimony?
Sir.
Did you say,
Oh, yeah,
no,
look
you
at her.
shouldn't
Look
testify?
at her face.
That's what I'm getting at. You know, you
No,
keep
sir.
going around it.
I
Watch her from the
I
beginning
only was trying to console her.
to
I said
now.
you would be because she didn't want to come. She said she's scared of Winsburg. She tried many times to come and drop charges. Even her lawyer came to do a drop slip. And these people, and then I was not indicted. And then
You keep going back to the same.
Notice though. Notice. Miss Thornton ain't said nothing. Nothing. And what I mean by nothing, nothing,
Hey, come
nothing.
on.
To
I'm
his
still
benefit.
on the obstruction
No.
of justice. I'm
She's
on the
scared of
phone
it.
call. When you talked to her on the phone, what did you tell her? You tried to console her. The deputy says you tried to influence her. Two different things,
no, sir, I did not.
totally different things.
No, sir, I did not try to influence her. No,
Okay,
sir.
that's at the end of that.
Okay.
I
Okay.
understand. All right. All right. Did you end up getting found guilty at a trial for these charges?
Yes, sir.
No,
How can you still be, go ahead.
no, the trial was on, violation of, a protective order and for, simple, failure of a.
So they were reduced charges that he found
They were
guilty of.
reduced to misdemeanors.
You were his lawyer for them?
Yes, yes, I was one of the attorneys.
Did you advise him he could be revoked for those charges?
Prior to, the trial.
Okay. And he pled anyway.
Okay.
Well, he
And
didn't
he
plead, he
pled,
was found guilty.
found guilty. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't have any more questions at this time. Let's hear from go ahead, Ms. Tammy, you go ahead.
Well, I will, let the witnesses speak first,
All
and
right.
I'll speak again.
We have
We have.
Tammy Warren. Ms. Warren, go ahead and tell us what you have to tell us.
She needs to unmute. She needs to unmute her phone. She doesn't know she needs to unmute her phone.
Okay.
You can speak.
Yes, I'm Tammy Warren.
All right, will you go ahead and tell us what you have to tell us about Mr. John Goods?
I'm a ex co-worker's Miss Thornton, and Miss Thornton has been telling me off and on things about her and Mr. Good's relationship. I'm an ex-employee with her, and Miss Thornton will always bring their outside business to work. So I told her to discuss that at home. She looks up to me, you know, and I tell her different things. So when all this occurred, she told me, she said, I'm going to help Lil John. I say, help him on what? What's going on? And that's when she permits to tell me about the rape. And I say, how do your man rape you when you stay with him? You know, and she was upset about that. And I say, why did you go to the hospital if you're going to help a person? Some lies are being told. And she say, I don't have a reason to lie. I'm just going to cut Lil John off. I say, well, do that and leave your outside business out. Then she go back and forth with me for a minute. We was at work. I was working with her at the time.
Uh-oh.
And we go back and forth, and me and her sit on the phone and talk for hours. She was upset easily when he's go talk to other women's, or she can't reach him, or you see another side of her. Her whole personality changed when she can't
breaking out
get a
that
hold
mirror
of him.
light.
And I used to tell her, that's not the way to go, Gigi. She said, well, he's stressing me out. I said, you're stressing yourself. Me and her would have late night conversations. And she said, I'm going to help him. Now, this is what she told me. Then she'll go back into a state of mind and say, you know, hey, I'm just going to cut this off. So all of this occurred. And when, like I told her, if you're going to cut a person off, don't lie to cut them off. That's just not going to make it. Just cut it off. And she could not do it. She'll call me another night and say she caught him with another woman. She's seen him. She's not in Winsboro. She's not going back. And what she's not going to do, but she turn around the next day and do the same thing. She go back to Winsboro from work. She'd be late sometime coming to work, you know, from Oregon.
So is
and
this
Bickford.
lady a
And
friend or
I
what's
said,
she
well,
saying?
you stay in Monroe and leave him where he lives. But she couldn't do it.
Ms. Warren,
It's always, you know,
Ms. Warren, this is Attorney Tammy Brown. Did Gigi tell you that Mr. Goods did not rape her?
yes.
Did she speak with you about going over state lines?
She told me, yeah, she went on to the graduation. She said that she called me and said that they had arrested Lil John and that she went on to the baby graduation, which was his daughter.
Did she tell you anything about her and her sister's plan of for him to go across state lines with her after he had a warrant, after she had put a warrant out for him?
She didn't tell me anything until the day they got car. And I say, well, why did they stop you? And she said the tint on her window. And I say, well, why would they question him about anything if it's your tint? And she said, I don't know. And I said, that don't sound right.
Did she tell you anything about the affidavits that she typed up?
Yeah, she told me about it. She told me before she did it.
Okay, and what did she type up the affidavits to say? Do you know?
I don't know what she said, but when she called me, she said about
The
the
board don't
affidavits.
care. They're
We
finna
spoke on
violate them.
that,
I'm gonna let you
And
guys know.
she said the attorney was charging her too much.
It's too much.
To do the work. And I say, oh, okay. I say, well, who did you go to? And she said,
and
man,
what I mean
but they
too
all
much,
wants to charge too much.
all this
I
going on,
can do that myself.
and he pled guilty.
I can go to the library
Mainly-
and do it myself.
He pled guilty.
And she went on
I'll be
North
back.
18th Street in Monroe, and she did it herself.
So she wasn't pressured to draft the affidavit. She typed it up herself.
She typed it up herself. She said she can do it herself. She's not gonna pay them all that money to do a piece of paper she can do herself.
So whenever she was telling you at the beginning, you said she told you she was being raped. Did you believe that she was being raped at that time?
No. I asked the question, if Lil John raped you, why there was no semen? And she said, I took a shower. I say, well, Gigi, that don't sound right. I say, that is a lie. I say, you are back and forth with this here deal talking about Lil John when you upset. And my words to her as a woman, I say, if he raped you, his semen should have been inside of you. She say, I showered. I say, but his semen do not leave you within 5 minutes. I said, you call about everything else. Why you didn't call me then? She said, I called my mother.
Tammy, did Gigi ever say that if she couldn't have Lil John, that no one would, and she would rather see him in jail?
Yeah, she said she's not gonna play with him. She said, I'm not gonna play with Lil John. That was her main conversation at work. She's not, when I was employed with her, she's not gonna, play with him anymore. Then when I quit and I moved on to another job, and that's her words. And she said, I'm gonna stop playing with Lil John. I'm gonna show him.
Do you know anything about her driving Lil John's father around and going to pick him up and bringing him with her or to the courthouse?
No, not Monday. She didn't discuss that Mr. John's father was with her Monday. She contacted me Monday and told me that she was going to court in Winsboro, that she had a subpoena issued in the mail. I said, you cannot issue a legal document in the mail, Gigi. I say, are you okay? She said, well, it came to Arkansas to my mother's house. And I said, well, if you live in Monroe, why would they send a subpoena to Arkansas? I said, they can't mail that document. She said, well, I got it. When she attended to, she said, oh, well, I got it. I said, okay. So we didn't argue about that. The only thing me and her bickered about was Monday.
We're getting off the violation course right here. I pretty much heard everything I need to hear right from her. Let's move on to the next person. Ms. Kelsey Hecker.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What do you have to tell us regarding Mr. Goods and what you know about the violations?
I can say the only thing I could speak on is us being at the house, his family house, and me seeing everything that day. When we was at the family house, he had a girl named Quosha over there. I'm always there because if he need me to go somewhere, run and go, do for his son or something, I'm who he call on. I'm who he call on for anything, like to run to the grocery store, do anything for him. So I'm always at his house. And he had a girl named Quosha Richardson over there that night. And we heard the door unrambling, like somebody trying to get in. I don't know if she was getting in with the key or what. But Gigi ended up getting in the house and she just started going out. She started saying, yo, you cheating on me with the which wasn't nobody doing nothing. We was just sitting in the kitchen. And she started pulling on his shirt, and he kept telling her to leave. She wouldn't leave. And this not the first time, this the second time that she done came and did this. He'll be like, Gigi, leave, just leave, or whatever. She wouldn't leave. So the girl Quosha Richardson, she wanted to go home and he took her home or whatever. Gigi stayed there. I went in the back room. And when he came back, Gigi, they didn't shut the room door. I came out the room door and walked down the hall. Gigi was on top of him. But she said that he raped her. How could you rape someone how could you get raped if you on top of someone? You moaning saying, why are you cheating on me and you love him and all that. So as I'm walking past the hall, I see all that. I go sit in the living room.
I'm out.
Like a couple minutes come by, she come out. They didn't look like they hadn't been into it. Like she just was happy that she hadn't got the love from him or whatever. And she walked, I guess she didn't like that she seen me sitting on the living room couch or
Yeah,
whatever.
that
And
tells you
she
right there.
had walked by,
Happy
she
she got
said,
the love or whatever.
So he just let her out and she left. And that was that.
Ms. Hecker, did you ever hear, Mr. Goods threaten, Ms. Thornton, or who you're referring to as Gigi?
No, she was, when he made it back
Happy
from
she got
dropping
the
Quosh
love.
off, it's like she was happy that she had him back to herself. Like she wasn't on none of that. Like when she first came in and seen the girl Quosha in there, she like how she was flashing out then. When he came back by himself, she was all calm and cool. She wasn't on nothing. She was lovey-dovey.
Did you ever hear her, say no, or that she did not want to have sex?
No,
Did you hear them tussling or arguing or any of that, when they were in the bedroom?
no,
Did you hear him or see him pull her hair or any of those things or hit her or anything?
He watches his
no.
kid,
When
right?
she came out the room, her hair or nothing wasn't messed up or anything. It's like soon as he came back from dropping that girl off, she was lovey-dovey. It's like she was happy that she had him to herself again. It's like if she seen him with a
Is that the
female, she
girl that
would flash,
watches
she
the
would
kid, or is
lose her
this like
mind.
somebody
Like
else he
this
likes?
woman would go crazy if he wouldn't answer the phone. If he wouldn't, she couldn't get in contact, she would just go crazy. But it's like when he came back there and she had him to herself, she was all calm. It wasn't no fussing, no fighting, no nothing. They was making love.
All right, we'll accept that. Can we hear from Miss Tykia Ponder?
Yes, sir.
What do you have to tell us relevant to the charges and violations of?
I
We
don't know.
already established that they had sex. We've already established that
We already know the bumping ground.
it's questionable if it was consensual or not. But we still have the victim actually to hear from too.
I don't know. Me and Gigi normally we talk on a daily basis. Like
Okay.
she vents to me, she's do all of this. We vent to each other at the. But me and her, we normally talk. And normally when she texts me about John Goods. She texts me about him, telling me how she missed him, this and that. She was wrong for doing what she did, or stuff like that. And normally, she'll call me, up on this hearing stuff. She let me know and told me what she was gonna do with this today, and everything like that. But normally, like this, I don't know.
What did she tell you she was gonna do today?
She said she was gonna hold up. Let me go to it.
Did she send you a text message?
Yes, ma'am. She said, I only called due to the board had contacted me. You can update your family, and if Lee John called. They asked me if I wanted him to be revoked. My answer was no. They said, would I get on the hearing Tuesday and let the board know? I told them yes. Like I told him, I didn't like how they set me up Monday, but I am not upset as I was, but I am willing to get on there.
Do you know anything about Miss Thornton, or who you're referring to as Gigi, contacting Mr. Good's family?
I'm one of the family. She contact me normally.
And does she, has she been reaching out, trying to get in contact with family members and have them to call her?
Yes, ma'am. She hold up. She
What about-
contacted ma'am.
What about her contacting his dad or trying to get the dad to contact her?
Yes, ma'am. She normally she go pick him up.
Does he drive?
No, ma'am. She drive him.
So when he would come to court with her, she would have had to pick him up and bring him to the courthouse or bring him to court?
Yes, ma'am. She called. She texted me the other day, and she was like, "Hi, I was trying to get in touch with her because she didn't answer. So maybe if you call her and I can talk." There was my other cousin Kale, and then they sat on the phone. She was screenshot me that they was on the phone. They talked on the phone for like 2 hours long. She was just venting. That's all she was doing. She said she need her partner back. She was wrong for what she did. She did not mean to go that way. She did not know that y'all was it was gonna end up this far.
Did family members pressure her?
No, ma'am, we don't.
You okay?
Ms. Ponder, does she normally lie to you? Tell you false stories, or is?
See, y'all had a court meeting, a court thing happened last week. What she told me was different from what I'm hearing from everybody else in the court. All she told me was the lawyer turned on her. I don't know how the lawyer turned on her. She said she never knew she was supposed to get on that stand.
But in your relationship with her, is she normally reliable? Does she normally tell you the truth, or do you find out she's lying later on?
I found out she started lying later on. Like me and her, we normally talk until I found out she, like, some of the stuff she tell me will be a lie. Cause I hear the other folks' opinion about it, and they were like, "No, that's not what happened." Just like what happened in court. She told me one thing, but with the people that was hearing it up in court, they said what was said in court.
All right, I think that's all we need from you. We have her, so I think we might as well hear from her.
Let's hear from the attorney first. She a victim or not?
No, Ms. Thornton first.
Well, wait. You know, we decide who goes when. I mean, she's listed as a victim. Is she the victim or is she in favor?
We don't know.
She
We don't know what she's gonna say today.
according to the messages that she sent to Ms. Ponder and some of the other family members, she is.
Okay, that's good. All right.
Yeah.
Ms. Shalana?
Good evening. Good morning.
Why don't you go ahead and tell us what really happened?
There we go.
Okay, so basically, you have Tammy Gooding, you have Denise, TK, and you have the one that got cheated with, that I called John Goods with twice. So at first, I was going to get on here, and this is truthfully. All these people, including the lawyer. First of all, we went to court on Monday. I have been told since last Friday I was not going to be put on the stand. Never. I had a subpoena did come to my mom's address on October the 5th. I was there seeing about my mental challenged uncles. My grandmother has dementia. She's placed in a nursing home. So I oversee those two uncles. So I was there getting groceries, paying their bills for the month. When I was there, my mother called me and said, the mail carrier has a certified letter. I went and tried to find our route carrier. When I tried to find the route carrier, I couldn't find her. So I went back to the post office. My cousin worked there, but she wasn't present in the front of the building that morning. So the other lady basically told me, Shalana, here's the certified letter.
I don't like the way that lawyer's smiling, y'all.
At that point, I did not know
each other and she got it right too, but I don't know, it's just something about it.
Where it came from, who it was from, nothing. So I had to sign for it. When I signed for it, I looked at it. it said Franklin Parish Courthouse. I immediately opened it. When I opened it, it was a subpoena. I contacted Major Wally, which was his best friend. That is the only person I have been talking to of 2025 for the last 4-5 months. If we're going to lie, we're not going to lie. We're going to tell the truth. All three parties of John Good's witnesses. So this is how this went. Monday, well, just starting the whole ordeal. Let me go from November the 13th. Yes, I have issues with anxiety and depression. I was diagnosed with that in 2018. I lost my grandmother. She was like a mother and a grandmother that raised me when my mom was living in Illinois. So I was a grandparent child my whole life. So when I lost my grandmother, I went in a state of depression. I ended up moving to Sterling, Louisiana, like 4 years ago. Never knew anything about John Goods. I came out of a domestic relationship with another individual. This individual was cheating, had people in my vehicle. I told John Goods certain things that nobody knew. Only me and John Goods, because I confided in him. I confided in him only due to the fact that I had found someone that was true to me. I watched this man he has 5 kids, provided. My 3 children are grown. I was doing things that I didn't have to do. When I came in this relationship, I never knew anything about John Good's past. When I'm in a relationship with somebody, I don't care what their past is. I see for myself. Down through the relationship, when I see for myself, I had to see for myself. John cheated on me 5 times. And one of them was with this witness on here, Kelsey Hacker, on Winsboro's homecoming night. He told me he was hanging out. I was tired from work. I did not want to go to no homecoming. And plus, I wasn't even asked, did I want to go? I stayed. I said, no, I will stay and watch these children. That's what I did. So there was a nephew in the living room. That nephew he's real picky on what he eats. So he was just up crying the whole time. So when he was crying, I got up and I asked the baby, are you hungry? I got up about 11:30 that night. I got up. In my head, some told me to go to the Western Street house. When I did, this is the first incident. When I did, I caught him and Kelsey in the room, his clothes down. She had no idea. She said, oh, you got a girlfriend. Yeah, he got a girlfriend / fiance. He has both. He screamed, told her to get out. We had sex that night. We stayed there in that house, got up the next morning, went back over to the family house. Okay, that was over. Yes, I have had conversations with Tammy Gooden when she was employed when she worked for me. But Miss Tammy, if you're going to sit here and lie, because when all this happened—
Hold on. You can't sit here and go after witnesses. I need you to give me the facts of what happened to you. How did you get the bruises around your neck? Were you raped?
Okay.
How did we end up in court on
So
battery charge?
yes,
You
sir.
can't go after the witnesses and all the stuff about kids eating and all that. I mean, granted, I think you probably feel you need to talk about that, but that's not what we're trying to find out.
Oh, yes, sir.
So
I
trying
understand.
to focus yourself a little better. What we want to know is about that night.
Okay, so that night—
That all the trouble happened.
Okay, November the 13th.
Right.
John Goods had came to Monroe basically on November the 12th that midday. He came, he said, baby, we good. We back together. He wanted to have sex that night. I told him no. So that particular evening, he told me he was going to work on the house that he had purchased. And basically I said, okay, I'm going to take a nap and go to sleep. When I woke up, it was about 10:30, 11 o'clock. I started calling his phone. by FaceTime. I started calling his phone by regular phone call, and basically he wouldn't answer. So at that point in time, I got up. I took myself to Winsboro, went to the house on Western Street. This was early morning 13th. When I did go in, I let myself in with a key. When I did go in, he met me in the living room. When he met me in the living room, I heard another voice. It was not Kelsey Hacker. So when I went towards the from the living room to the kitchen, there was a dark-skinned girl. At that point in time, I did not know who she was. When she said, "John, I didn't come over here for that." I said, "My beef is not with you. My beef is with him because you can only allow what he allow you to do." So I kept asking him, like, why would you keep on doing this same stuff? And he kept saying, "Baby, I'm sorry. We ain't doing that. We in the kitchen just talking." I said, "Lil John, I don't believe you." And I said, the girl came to the living room. We back in the living room now. The girl came to the living room. Lil John just gonna take me home. I said, "If he don't take you home, I'll take you home." I said, "But you could just have a seat right here." I said, "Because I don't have anything to hide when I'm talking to him." So basically, he kept on saying, "Man," because I told him, I said, if you do not give me the answers that I want while you steady keep on doing this cheating and these having on women."
Can I ask you a question? Did your son put in a medical request to see the nurse?
It's good. Keep going.
Keep going.
You're talking to me?
Can you hold on? Can you hold on one moment? Just hold on 1 second.
Keep on telling us your version of the story. John, you need to be quiet right now. It's not your turn.
It's somebody at the facility.
Whose turn is it? Who's talking?
I think that's the,
Oh,
somebody.
all right. Disregard the background noise. Finish with your story.
Okay, so basically we're in the living room. The girl ended up walking out the house. She got in the truck, and he said, I'm just finna take her home, Gigi. I'm finna take her home." I said, "Okay, if you don't come back, I'm about to call Kevin Cobbs." And he already knew I was gonna call Kevin Cobbs. So at that point in time, he did come back. We had a conversation. We were in the kitchen. At that point in time, when he was gone, I walked that whole house. I walked the whole house. Only room I did not go in was the room that he was still fixing on was the master bedroom. And I went to the bathroom because I had to use the bathroom. So the door to the bathroom was open, so it wasn't nobody in there. So if they was in there, it was in the closet. So basically, when I did come back to the living room, he wasn't in the house at that point in time. When I came back to the living room, he had came back from bringing the dark-skinned girl home. And so we came into the living room, had a conversation. He was getting irate, and I said, "Why don't you just calm down?" I said, "I didn't got calm. Why don't you calm down?" So we both went to the living room. He wanted to have sex, and I told him, "No, I don't want to have sex because it's not going to make the problems go away that you're doing." So basically, at that point, he did go to the we went from the living room to the room. I asked him several times, basically, "Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?" He said, "Baby, you my main woman. You my main woman. I told you I wasn't leaving." I said, "Okay." And I still didn't want to have sex, but we had it anyway. So at the end of the day, when we did leave, Kelsey Hacker was nowhere in no living room. So I don't know where that came from. That must be a story that they're making up. But Kelsey Hacker, she was not in no living room. I never made no hump. I never said none of that. This camera's all in this house. So if I said that, and if she was in that living room, then the camera should have picked her up in the living room because I know exactly where the cameras were. So at that point, me and John Goods only left that house. Kelsey Hacker was never in the living room. And we left. I followed him back over to the family house. And when I did watch and make sure he was parked, I drove myself back home. So we had a little tussle during that night. Now, I do have to be honest. He never put his hands on me. I pushed him. I tore his shirt on that point. But anything else with a medical condition saying that I called you this past week, or I try to talk to you or tell you this or tell you that. No, that's not the truth. And the only reason why I picked Mr. John Martin up is because he doesn't have a car. Mr. John has never did anything to me, never did no kind of harm to me. He just wanted to be involved because of me and his son. He calls me his daughter-in-law. This man done ate at my table. I done ate at his. He done bought me food, etc. But this man has never did anything to me, so I don't even know where that came from. I never said that a family member threatened me, and I've never tried to contact a family member even after this. I just had family members calling me, asking me how the case went. And I was told,
I got a question for you. I got a question for you.
Some questions.
I got a question. You told the police a different story than what you're telling us right now, correct? And you told them that he
when
had
I
raped,
told the police what,
and you had them photograph
when I
pictures of
told,
your neck. Your neck's all bruised.
correct.
We looked at the photographs. How did all that happen? Why did you tell them?
How my neck got real red. When my neck was real nails, I wear artificial nails, and I was scratching. And basically, you know, when John was pushing me back, just so, like I said, when he was pushing me back, he basically did not hit me. He basically was just trying to move me away from it. So that part is how the scratch got on my neck, the little bruise. But at that point, when we were in the bedroom, we call it rough sex. His hands went around my neck. So some of that could have been or couldn't have not been. I just know his hands was around my neck in the bedroom. We call it rough sex. So basically, that's why
my
those
God, I
marks
gotta
are on
go.
my neck. And when I said I never told the police that it was rape. The police told me oral sex, anal sex. He said something about consensual sex is considered rape. I was in a vulnerable stage at that point where I was on my medication. I was on pain medicine for my leg. And basically, when I did contact Winsboro Police Department, the first thing I said, I want to report when my sister told me, you need to tell them that y'all had an altercation or y'all had a disagreement. That's what I told Marvin Scott. Marvin Scott started telling me about his previous history, how he sell drugs, etc. And basically I said, that's not my position of calling you. My position is only to call you to let you know what altercation we had. So basically, he told me, well, I got to call the sheriff's department because I told him I didn't want to talk to you because you related to the family, and I didn't. So basically, that's when he told me that I needed to, there would be somebody calling me later on. I was at work. He told me that somebody else would call me later on that night. I really, at that point, had told my god brother I didn't want to do anything else with this. There was never a conversation with the police until 8 o'clock that night. I had already been talking to Goods prior to a police even contacting me. Those two sheriff's investigators that was contacting me kept calling me, kept saying, Miss Thornton, we need you to come in. We need you to come in. They was pressuring me to come in. They was like, basically, this is the only way you're going to get closure. I don't know what kind of.
Let me ask you a question, okay? Because we're getting way off track here. First off, what about the gun in the drawer?
Basically, how that picture came to me was by his ex-girlfriend, Jada Gaines. Jada Gaines was upset with John Goods prior to him dating me. Basically, she sent that picture to my phone, and I basically sent it to him and told him, this. I said, if you don't call me back, basically, I sent him that picture showing basically what she sent me. I don't know.
He kept a gun in that drawer, but he didn't pull it? He kept a gun there, but he didn't pull it?
No, no gun was pulled on me.
Okay, but there usually was a gun in that drawer, though. That's why you were scared?
basically, I never even knew a gun was in the drawer. The picture was given to me. So I can't say if Jada was over there, the picture was over there. I mean, the gun was in there or not. I just know what she sent me.
All right. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate you testifying for us. All right. We'll go ahead and move on to the attorney.
This is Attorney Bridget Brown. 6 months ago, I was sitting in my office with my doors open for business like everybody else. I've been practicing law 38 years. A young lady contacts me and tells me that her boyfriend is in jail for a rape charge because she exaggerated some conditions about their relationship to the police, and that the police were angry with him about some other things, so they used her exaggeration as a reason to pick him up. I didn't know any of the parties in this case. I live in Alexandria, which is 2.5 hours away from where we are today. That young lady also told me that even though she initially cried rape to the police, she hired 3 lawyers and executed 3 affidavits notifying them that she had not been raped and she did not want to go through with these charges. She even produced for me a letter from the district attorney's office where they said to her, if you don't want to proceed with these charges, please don't come to the grand jury proceeding and notify us that you're not coming. She didn't just notify them that she wasn't coming and she didn't want to proceed. She hired 3 lawyers who executed affidavits for her. And I stand corrected. She hired 2 lawyers who executed affidavits for her, and she personally executed her own affidavit saying that these things weren't true and that she wasn't going to go through and she wasn't going to appear at the grand jury. Slightly after that, she got a notice from the district attorney's office that she hadn't shown up for a subpoena with the grand jury and they were going to indict her. And based on that, I think that Ms. Thornton is telling you this morning that she was afraid of the district attorney's office. I don't know any of these people. I'm practicing law. They come into my office with the information I get. But she was adamant, like many women are in domestic situations, that she was going to testify that he didn't do anything to her. I didn't know that she was truthful about this, even with the affidavits, until we had the preliminary parole hearing at the prison in Winsboro, in Catahoula, I'm sorry, in front of 2 parole officers. She testified just to what she testified to today. Nobody raped me. I never saw any gun. We had a disagreement. I did, and she testified that I was present when the parole officer told him he could go to Mississippi to his daughter's graduation as long as he was coming back, no problem. That is how she testified at the parole hearing inside the prison. And so I used to have a question in my mind as to why DAs didn't charge certain crimes. That was cleared up in this case because the charge went from rape to violation of a condition of bond. Mr. Goods never got out on bond. The bond condition set in the record says if you get out, you cannot contact Ms. Thornton. He and Ms. Thornton talked all the time. When I asked if there was any type of restraining order or prohibition against them contacting each other, Ms. Thornton brought to me the third affidavit from her lawyer saying, I never asked for a prohibition against talking to Mr. Goods. I don't want that to happen. I want to contact him. I want to talk to him. So imagine my sheer shock at the trial on this past Monday when she got on the witness stand and said that his family and I had threatened her and that we had made certain allegations against her to force her to not either appear at a hearing. I'm an officer of the court. I don't encourage people not to follow the law. I have practiced law for 38 years. My reputation stands for itself. So when she came into court and started explaining that she was changing her story back to what she told the police, she said, it's because you encouraged me to not come. You encouraged me to lie. I don't do that. That's called suborning perjury. So when we get to the hearing, the charge goes down from rape to obstruction of justice to violating a prohibition against contacting the victim if he gets out on bond. Mr. Goods has been in jail for 11 months. He has never bonded out. There was never there was no way for him to contact her except her call it into the jail. When we put that evidence on the stand from the officer who you named earlier, that I said, well, how can he get in touch with her? He's in jail. The response was she's in jail, he's in jail, and she's contacting him. And her story at that point was the family is contacting me and pushing me into changing my story. So the gentleman on to your left, Madam Chairwoman, who to your right, who said to you, well, we decide who talks here. You're correct. Let her talk. What is she going to say? I don't know. I don't know. I didn't know coming into this hearing this morning what she was going to say, because I have had several different visions and different sections of the story. And because of these missed stories and changes in stories, the district attorney's office, the morning of the trial, where I'm a trial lawyer. I'm prepared to pick a case and try a jury of 12 people who have to agree. So on that particular day, they could walk into the court that morning of court and say, we've decided to reduce the charge from obstruction of justice, him contacting her, which was not one of the charges he went to trial on, but violation of a condition of bond. He never got out. He stayed in jail for 11 months. And so when the second one was he contacted her while he was in jail, and simple battery of a dating partner. She just explained to you that there was no simple battery of a dating partner. That she was brokenhearted about some of the women he had dated while he was supposed to be committed to her. So in that vein, the obstructive justice charge, they never went through with it. They dismissed it that morning. The simple battery of a dating partner. This is the first time she said, no, this is the third time she said he didn't batter me. The first time she went to the police, she said he did. And so the other allegation of, did he go to Mississippi without a travel permit? Sure, he says that he got permission from his parole officer, a parole officer who he had a outstanding record with, no problems, prior to this incident. So on the three allegations that we're here for today, obstruction of justice, they didn't put any conviction on him for obstruction of justice, persuading a person not to come to court. You have the letter from the district attorney as an exhibit there. You have a letter from the district attorney saying you don't have to come to the grand jury proceeding. On the second allegation, rape reduced a simple battery of a dating partner, she just told you that it didn't occur. And then on the did he go to Mississippi without a permit? He got oral permission from his parole officer in front of his Gigi Thornton. And she was our witness on whether he got permission to go. That was an issue at the parole hearing, at the preliminary parole hearing. It was not an issue at trial. So I will say this to you. Mr. Goods has been in jail now for 11 months. And he was adamant, no matter what they offered, I want to go to trial and clear my name. So, and here we are again. And today is the first time since the three different versions of the story that I understand why the district attorney's office would not pursue rape, why they were coming to a major felony trial the morning of the trial and reduce it to 2 misdemeanors, and why the allegation of obstruction of justice was not pursued, because they did play 3 tapes in court, and on those 3 tapes are Miss Gigi Thornton, her lawyer, and Mr. Goods. And I have said from the very beginning, I represent Mr. Goods. I don't represent the other parties involved in this. And so what we had was a woman scorned. Miss Thornton got on the stand and said that everybody was threatening her and his family was threatening her. My thought is, here are 2 exhibits with which we produced this morning showing she has contacted them consistently and incessantly. The family members that she contends threatened her since we left that trial on Monday. There's a text message where she sent to witness number 2 where she's saying, I'm going to go and tell them that I don't want Mr. Goods revoked. I want I want to leave all this behind me. I don't know what the story will be tomorrow, but that's what it is today. And then there's a second there's a second thing there, a second text there, which proves everything that Ms. Thorne said this morning is true. There's a text where she says to him, "You're not calling me back. I'm upset that you dealt with these other women. You would not call me back, but if you don't call me back in 10 minutes, you're going to see how I move." That was the most, and it was after the district attorney's office gave me that text that I realized, well, that's why they're not pursuing rape, because she's threatening him before the arrest. And in the car going to Mississippi, when they stopped her for her tent, Miss Thornton was in the driver's seat. He was on the passenger side. So there was no threat of harm to her, no obstruction of justice to her, no threatening of a dating partner. And for the record, Mr. Goods filed a motion to reconsider sentence. Now, this board is well aware that a felony trial involves 12 jurors. A misdemeanor charge, you're only allowed to have a bench trial. And so we were trying as best we could to avoid a bench trial because I wanted to be able to present all this evidence before a jury. When you get to a bench trial, the district attorney's office only needed the judge to find him guilty of something so we could come before this board, which we've been trying to get to for months, to come before this board and explain he didn't do anything to Ms. Thornton. And for 11 months of his life, he's been there. To that extent, I filed a motion to reconsider sentence. The day after, I filed a motion for a new trial, a motion to reconsider sentence. I cannot file the notice of appeal until the judge rules on the motion to reconsider sentence. But we have the motion to reconsider sentence. The stamp copy is going to let you know he plans to appeal and clear his name on these 2 misdemeanor charges. We're asking this board to give him the same sentence that the judge gave him. You've been in jail 12 months, Mr. Goods, because this all happened November 10th of last year. He was arrested. You've been in jail 12 months. I'm going to give you 6 months on the first misdemeanor, 6 months on the second, and you go down to the parole board and take your chances. So as I said, we're asking this board in our position paper, we asked this board to give him 9 months on everything with credit for time served. So this matter can be placed behind Ms. Gigi Thornton and Mr. Goods.
Thanks. All right. Anybody else has any questions?
I move for an executive session.
All right. Okay,
Barrow,
yes.
Renata,
Yes.
Freeman.
Yes.
And I move we go back into regular session.
Second.
Right, I don't see any, I think that concludes our business. I think we're prepared to vote, Mr. Byron.
Let's do it.
All right, Mr. Good. Today I'm gonna vote to not revoke your probation. Parole. And I'm gonna add a special condition that you complete anger management, batterers intervention, those type of programs once you're released. And that you have absolutely no contact with Shalane Thornton. Cannot go within a mile of.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Freeman.
Thank
Okay, I'm gonna concur, but stay away from the victim, okay?
Yes, sir.
First off, I think it's nothing but trouble for both of y'all. So y'all
Yes, sir.
stay away from each other and you spent a year in already, so my vote is also not to revoke.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Goods, this has been very complicated all the way around. You did plead to, no, you didn't, you were found guilty of criminal activity, I'll say that. But I don't find that, Gigi's testimony at any point in this whole thing is credible. So I do agree with my colleagues. You've been in jail a year, almost a year. So my vote is do not revoke. We'll issue you a reprimand and add the special conditions that Mr. Barra went over.
Yes. Thank y'all.
Look,
Thank y'all.
Thank you to each board member for hearing us.
Good morning. No, yeah, I'm asking you to do it. Good morning. We are now at the State Police Barracks. It's Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. It's 11:15 a.m. Good morning, Captain. Would you introduce yourself for the record?
Good morning, y'all. Captain Pat Washington, State Police Barracks.
Home alone again, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. James, good morning.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
My name is Shaka James, 409338.
You a little nervous today?
Yes, ma'am.
I can tell.
Yes, ma'am.
Been through this before. You know how it's going to work. Your attorney is here with us in Baton Rouge. I'm going to ask her to introduce herself for the record.
Good morning, Board. Adrienne Hutchison, attorney for the Louisiana Parole Project, representing Mr. Shockley.
Thank you. And you can see on Zoom, we also have Mr. Hundley with the Parole Project, your brother Joshua Brown, and then also Melita Vinay. I don't know if I said that right, but we'll be hearing from those folks shortly. Here representing the DA's office in Rapides Parish is Mr. Derek Johnson. So, Mr. James, let me just read some identifying information and I'll ask you to confirm it. And then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Barra. He'll take the lead on the interview. It's a little different what we did. You were seen before a parole panel back in 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
You were denied, but you had 2 votes to grant and 1 vote to deny. So, but we do it a little different now. So let me just get started. So, Mr. James, you're classified as a first felony offender, currently serving a life sentence for second-degree murder conviction in Rapides Parish. Your parole eligibility date was May 28th, 2020. Is all that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, Mr. Barra?
Mr. James, tell us a little bit about what you did to get yourself in jail and why you think now's the time for us to release you.
Well, the night of the crime, sir, it started off with me and my two younger cousins. We was at my grandmother's house and we was on our way to his sister's house. And when we got there, prior to that, we had already started drinking. We were drinking mildly. And when we got there, we had ran into two more individuals. And so we started hanging out with them, with whom I didn't know at the time. And we ended up drinking. Later on that night, we ended up crossing paths with Miss Shelby. And she came with some alcohol to sell some alcohol. And that night, we didn't have anything to pay her with. She wanted some drugs. We didn't have the drugs for her. So the alcohol was ended up being taken from her and she left. We stayed out that night. We finished drinking. About 2 hours later, Miss Shelby and my uncle came back. And they didn't have anything at that time. So she just had some jewelry. And she showed everybody the jewelry. She gave me the jewelry. I looked at it. I gave the jewelry back. Prior to that, the two other individuals that I didn't know, they got mad, and a fight broke out. And Miss Shelby, she fought back, which she had the right to fight back, because it was a bad moment for her. She didn't know what to do. She was just trying to defend herself, and I ended up hitting. I hit her, and the fight proceeded, and it didn't turn out for her. So after the fight broke out, everybody left. I left. We went back to the apartment to where they was at, but I didn't stay. I ended up leaving the apartment. I ended up going back out there to Michelle because I knew it wasn't right to leave her out there by herself like that. So I got my uncle to call the ambulance for her. And I still stayed until the ambulance came. And the ambulance took her. And that's when I left and I went home. The next morning, that's when I got arrested. When I got arrested, I admitted to my participation in the ordeal. And that's what happened. But since then, while being incarcerated, I took my change. I started my change, I did everything, did all my classes, I finished school. And I did it just before the juvenile bill come out. I started my change before then. And I started that because, I didn't want my grandmother to feel like to go through the changes that somebody asked her and she remembered, bad things about what her grandson did. So I started my change. And I did that not just for me, but to show everybody that I wasn't that individual that I was back then. And I proceeded with that to this day. So that's the reason why, if granted, that I would like to be granted parole through this humble board because of my change.
What's your day like in prison? What do you do every day?
Staying out of trouble is the big thing. So what I do to proceed with that is I do mechanic work. I stuck with that because it was something that I felt comfortable with, other than taking my classes, which I proceeded in that. But just surrounding myself around positive people. And it was tough. I ain't gonna lie, it was tough, but I took a knee and I got through it.
Through all the classes and positive people, what's the most important thing you think you've learned about yourself?
Forgiveness. And I can say that because I had to learn to forgive what I've been through with my family, with my mother, dealing with that, because I've been angry about situations like that for a long time. So in order for me to be forgiven, I had to forgive. and I had to grow and move on with that. But I'm just proud of myself for what I've accomplished. I accomplished a lot.
What was the best class you took?
The best and the most emotional class that I took was writing accountability letter. And I can say that because it put me in a place with what Miss Shelby was going through, not knowing that I could never imagine what Miss Shelby went through. No, I can't imagine that. I can't put myself through that. But just remembering everything that Miss Shelby went through, and I had a lot to say, but I couldn't say everything I wanted to say in the letter to her family, because I heard of so many. I heard her, I heard her family, I heard of my family, I heard the community. You know, and it made me realize that. And it was emotional because I didn't know where to start. It took me 6 tries to write the letter, but I'm glad I did it. I'm glad I did it. And that was the most emotional class and the best class that I ever took, because I didn't think that I would have a chance to even express how I felt to the family, but other than through that class. So that was the reason why I took it, and I'm glad I took it.
Did you ever bond out, or you been in jail since the day you got arrested?
Never bonded out, so I've been in jail since the day I was arrested.
30 years?
30 years.
Being in jail for 30 years, you feel like you're ready for outside?
Yes, sir. I'm definitely ready. I got the support of my family, the support of my wife, the support of the church community, and they all gonna step in and help me, sir. Not along, and the parole project.
All right. Horton, how's he been over there since y'all have him at state police? He's been over there with y'all for how long?
14 months, sir, and he's been a blessing. As you know, in any institution, a mechanic is like gold. And Shaka is one of the best mechanics we've ever seen. He's worked here on the compound, and he's currently working at Fleet, and he's doing an outstanding job for us. Any task we ask him to do, he's willing to do it, and we are proud to have him on our team.
I see you had a write-up in 2021 for contraband. What was that?
It was a cell phone, and I had that because at the time we was locked down on quarantine, and when we was locked down, we didn't have no means of. We were just in a dome, just locked down, and I was concerned at the time of my wife and her underlying conditions, and at the time it was hard for us to put money on the phone at that time. So I was kind of in a jam, which I knew I was wrong for having it. And when they found it, I took responsibility for it, and they gave me the loss of canteen, and that was that. I never even had a chance to even use it. That goes to show you about trying to hide stuff. I wasn't good at that at all. So yeah, I took responsibility for it and never lost my trustee status. I kept that, and they gave it loss of canteen.
If I may, I will say that he has no poker face at all. So I'm sure when they found the phone, they knew it was him. He can't hold it.
We have several people here in support. We'll start with Andrew Hunley, Parole Project.
Good morning, honorable board. I've enjoyed watching the previous hearings up until this point. So hope you're having a good morning so far. Appearing on behalf of Parole Project to inform you that Shaka James is a client of our organization. We stood by him 5 years ago at his first parole hearing. And we continue to stand behind him today. I will say, obviously the significant difference is he has now 30 years served as a juvenile lifer, and he has made his way to the state police barracks to echo Captain Washington, something that stands out about Shaka from his time at Angola and now at state police barracks is he's an outstanding mechanic. So as it relates to our outlook for his long-term employability and ability to support himself and have a career. We feel like now's the sweet spot. He is still a young, healthy man that's able to go out and establish a career for himself. And we feel confident based on the skills that he's learned at Louisiana State Penitentiary and now at State Police Barracks, that we would have no problem helping connect him to a job as a mechanic where he would have no problem earning a living that would allow him to sustain living for him and his family. If he were to be released, he would come into our residential reentry program before eventually moving in with family in the Laplace area. What we will say is that Shaka has no plans to return to Rapides Parish. In fact, he understands that this board may restrict him from travel to Rapides Parish or living in Rapides Parish. And, we think that is a good part of his long-term reentry plan as he plans to make his life in South Louisiana. If he is granted parole to Parole Project, we would ask that he remain with us through phase 1 and phase 2 of our program before moving to his long-term address. Because of his ability to have a job and have a career, we look forward to transitioning him to that address after phase 2. But for the first 2 phases, he'll have access to our life skills programming, learn technology skills, communication skills, and eventually, before he transfers to that long-term address, he would have access to our staff social workers where they will they've already done a substance abuse assessment on him, and they'll do another assessment once he's released. He'll be expected to follow through on a reentry plan and a long-term sobriety plan and plan of action that's developed by our staff social workers. We will commit to a minimum of 1 year case management to Shaka, but of course, as all Parole Project clients, once a client, always a client. In summary, we have a lot of confidence in Shaka. We've seen a lot of the juvenile lifers over the last several years who've been released have come through our program based on what we know about Shaka and his institutional compliance. We have a great deal of confidence in his long-term ability to be successful, but Parole Project is here to stand behind him and aid him in his reentry if he should be granted parole today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we'll hear from Joshua Brown, your brother.
How y'all doing, ladies and gentlemen? Like I say, I'm Shaka's brother. Like I say, I know I can speak definitely for his growth as well as the other individuals have spoken. Coming from where he's come as a child, like I said, we were separated at a young age, him from my father, and I think that probably contributed to some of the anger he's been dealing with at a younger age. That might have contributed to his issue in getting incarcerated. But definitely seeing his process from LSP to where he is now, seeing that he's grown and as an adult and learned some skills, I would say he's definitely progressed. He's definitely got a support system with me and Velita, his fiance or his wife. So I think I definitely seen it changing on myself.
Thank you. All right. I will hear from Ms. Melita. You're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melita Vinette. I am the companion of Shaka James. We've been together for 6 years, and I thank you for hearing us today and going and giving us the opportunity to speak to the man he is today. My husband is a quiet, reserved, loving man who is extremely talented and has a gift for working on cars. Throughout our time together, he has taken time out to pour into me and my family, helping me rear my kids during difficult times. And I've had the opportunity to help him, especially during this journey. I am a licensed and ordained minister. That's also, I've had another licensed minister to agree to work with us to move to a lifetime together outside the prison. I have a stable home to provide for Shaka. I own my own home and I've been on my job for 13 years. I can provide financial assistance until he finds employment. I can provide a safe environment for him to live. I will continue to counsel and minister to him as well as through the church. My son is also a law enforcement officer and can help Shaka with adjusting back into society. If he is granted parole today, that will be a blessing to me and my family, and we thank you for considering all of things in your decision today.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Ms. Hutchinson?
Thank you for having. So what I provided, you would obviously y'all have received my brief in the exhibits. And what you'll see in the interview with Shaka today is quite different from the 17-year-old young man he was in 1995 when he committed this crime. What I'll spend a little time talking about today is the things that I think particularly stood out to me, especially in my talks with Shaka, in reviewing his institutional record and getting a real understanding of his early life. And I believe you'll see in someone who was young and really lacks resources and really the foresight to see that he could have gotten a better life for himself, better than what he saw in front of him and his family. And a young man who had begun to really mask his pain and struggle with drugs and alcohol. I personally wasn't born into the type of family and circumstances that Shaka was born in. Drugs, drug abuse, physical abuse, and emotional abuse, poverty, food insecurity, housing instability, neglect, and rejection. All this was the norm for Shaka in the 17 short years of his freedom. And Shaka began to be shaped and molded in these things and in his own insecurities, and started following and interacting with the wrong people. And I think that's what we see here today. When Shaka was arrested, as he stated, and I believe I provided some of that to you, he took responsibility for his part in the crime. And even with his struggles in understanding the court proceedings, he admitted to his participation. And that although as one of the youngest in the groups, the outsider, and admittedly the slower to understand me, he was given the longest and the harshest sentence out of everything. And so much that the other participants in this crime have long been released, which was established in the previous group. That alone, being the only one given a life sentence, the only one told he'd never go home, could have definitely led to an incarceration filled with anger and resentment that could have easily been reflected in his disciplinary reports. But that didn't happen. In almost 10,000 days in DOC incarceration, Shaka's had 11 days. 11 ratings. It could have been an incarceration filled with hatred and loss of hope, but that didn't happen. Like he said, he focused on his grandmother and not wanting her to have to explain that this was her grandson based on the worst day of his life. The facts of the crime would never change, but Shaka was committed to personally changing himself. What y'all thought today is the most talking that you'll probably ever see with Shaka. He's so quiet. In so much that it took him 6 long years to complete the GED task because he forged through it by himself. And he had tutors, he figured it out, he went to classes. He struggled and he persevered. The next step led to his passion, and he's grown in more ways than one. Graduating from auto mechanic school in 2007 and working in AS&R for a little over 15 years, it wasn't just a job. It provided him the ability to work on his communication skills. As he got better in his craft, he built confidence. And finally, It allowed him to be able to mentor others in his field. And not from a place of wanting recognition or accolades, but from a place of like sharing in his passion with others. And he did all of these things and was 21 years into his incarceration before legislation even gave him the opportunity to go home. So he really did it from the right place and from the right reasons. All his hard work and his exceptional work ethic are the reason that he was selected to work at the Louisiana State Police Barracks. His assignment at the barracks, and you'll see from the Louisiana State Trooper, First Class Benjamin Jacks, his letter. He offered that these people in this position are the most highly screened. And it's because of the equipment that they work with, and obviously because they have to have the utmost respect for law enforcement and their safety, because the vehicles that they work with on the test track go through very high intensity training, and now the vehicles he works with now are in society and that our officers use. Since his last hearing, you'll see in the brief, he's done victim awareness. He spoke about the victim awareness letter training that was so impactful to him and to Puko before he went on to the State Police Barracks, which was kind of part of what the previous board wanted to see more time and a few more classes, and he did complete those before going into the barracks. And he talked to you all about how humbling and heartbreaking but necessary the process of the victim accountability letter was. What he didn't talk about was that more than half of the class dropped out because of how intense it is to write that letter and have to say those things in front of other people. But it further shaped him to the man and enforced the person that he is today. And granted parole, as you know, what Andrew has said, he would come to the Louisiana Parole Project. At his particular age, he has a few more decades that he can work, pouring into Louisiana's economy as an consumer, a tax-paying citizen, because obviously his skills will have him in a mechanic shop. And you'll see in one of his letters from his supervisor at the barracks, he is personally going to put in some words at some particular places to try to get him into a shop once he gets out. And a good tax-paying citizen, as you see, this is why you want to make sure that he's in church. And as the trooper said in his letter, he believes that Shaka will thrive in whatever he does out here. I believe that he's no longer a threat to society and now is in a place to be an asset and not a liability. Today, 30 years past the 17-year-old he was in 1995, Shaka comes before you with the full support of Louisiana Parole Project, the family that you see in front of him, a church community, and law enforcement officials that he's been able to work with. If given the opportunity, obviously the Parole Project in their commitment to public safety would take into and take any recommendations that you give for any additional support y'all think. And I'm available for any questions. Thank y'all.
Thank you. All right, we also have Mr. Derek Johnson from the Rapides District Attorney's Office in opposition. Mr. Johnson.
Good morning, Honorable Board. My name is Derek Johnson. I represent the 9th Judicial District of the Office of Philip Terrell. Our office is still opposed to any early release consideration for Mr. James. We heard a lot of things today. Obviously, I wasn't there 30 years ago. All I could do is read the packet. And upon reading the packet, it says that Mr. James was the ringleader. It says that it was Mr. James' idea to go and rob the victim. And after that, what we failed to hear today is that Mr. James went back out there, him and another co-defendant, and continued to beat on the victim and that's how she suffered her wounds and she died. I didn't hear Mr. James say anything about that he took responsibility, that it was his idea, without him going there, without his idea, none of this wouldn't happen. I didn't hear anything about any responsibility today, and therefore, for those reasons, our office is still opposed any early consideration for Mr. James.
Thank you. All right. Do any of my colleagues have any questions for Mr. James?
How old were you when this crime was committed?
17, sir.
17. And the guys with you, what was their age range?
I didn't really know him, sir. That was my first time being around him.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions.
Based on the records that I was able to pull for it, there, 2018. And then there's one other one where it conflicted between 17 and 18 at the time.
Thank you. Well, Mr. James, I don't see any other questions. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Byra?
Well, Mr. James, I've looked at your case really closely. And I see that you have a low Tiger score. That you have, and that's a risk score. That you have good programs. That there's no documented victim opposition. And that the state police barracks officials have wrote letters on your behalf. So taking that into consideration, I'm going to vote to grant you parole with the special conditions that you attend AA and NA weekly, that you follow a curfew of 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. that can be modified for work purposes only, that you attend the outpatient substance abuse treatment, follow all their recommendations and parole project recommendations, and that you stay with the parole project for a minimum of 1 year.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, I also want to stress that, first off, I want to say that, I voted against you in 2022. I think you remember that. And we told you to go back and get some more classes, and you did exactly what we asked you to do. You went back, you got some more classes. You hadn't had any write-ups. I know that was my concern back then, was that write-up that was in close proximity. So my vote today is going to be to grant to the parole project with the conditions that Mr. Byra stated. And I also want to stress that I want you to do at least 1 year there and complete both phase 1 and 2. And furthermore, I want you to stay out of Rapides Parish.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. James, I'll have to say I'm very proud of you. I enjoyed listening to you today and talking to you and hearing about you. I'm impressed. As you said, you started to work on you early on before you ever knew you'd have this opportunity, and that is very impressive to me. And when you got denied last time, you didn't give up.
No, ma'am.
I know how working at ASNR is quite a feat. So I'm really impressed. So my vote is the same as my colleagues to grant you parole. With all those special conditions, you got a lot, but I think you'll do well. Good luck to you. I'm not going to add it as a condition, but I would suggest that with your wife and your church community, that you do try to speak to some at-risk youth and help them out.
That's my plan, ma'am.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
We're going to sign off. It's 11:46.
Yes, ma'am. Y'all have a great day. Hold on, sorry. Hold on.
All right, we are now at Orleans Justice Center at 11:48 on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. And we have Mr. Wendell Lewis.
Yes. How you doing? Yes.
Would you, so introduce yourself. Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Wendell Lewis, DOC number 7044696.
All right, yes, sir. And you're represented by counsel this morning. Counsel, would you introduce yourself?
Yes, good morning. Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. My name is Amanda Madigan. I'm an attorney at Orleans Public Defenders. Thank you so much for having us today.
And we have also a client advocate, Mr. Terry Pierce. Thank y'all for being here today. So, Mr. Lewis, you're here for a revocation decision this morning. Your case has been assigned to me, so I'll take the lead on the proceedings. So I'm going to read the allegations against you, after which you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, and then we'll have a discussion about it. And when we're done with your pleas, we'll hear what your attorney has to say. Okay. Okay. So you're accused of violating condition number 3. It reads, you failed to live at the address on your certificate or where you verbally advised and where your Agent Gerard, last physically observed you living. On October 17, 2024, Agent Gerard attempted to serve several arrest warrants at your primary residence where your ex-girlfriend advised you had moved out. So how do you plead to violating condition number 3?
Mr. Lewis pleads not guilty.
Okay. Then we have condition number 5. You failed to not have in your possession or control any firearms by evidence of your arrest in social media account TikTok. So how do you plead to violating condition number 5?
Mr. Lewis pleads not guilty.
And then lastly is condition number 10. You failed to make a single payment in an amount set by the Department of Corrections by evidence of your arrears of $432. On July 21st, your arrears are $873 and still no payment was ever recorded. So how do you plead to violating condition number 10?
Not guilty.
Okay, well, let's hear what's happened. You want to talk about each one. So the first one was alleges that you moved, and Miss Madigan, you can respond if you want, that he moved from his address of record.
Oh, sure. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you all taking the time today. I do want to begin by just saying throughout my initial visits with Mr. Lewis, our case preparation, our meetings, he has really shown himself to be an incredibly kind and earnest young man. And because Mr. Lewis has approached our attorney-client relationship with such respect, and since I felt that so strongly over the course of now almost a year, 11 months since he's been incarcerated, I've really had the privilege of getting to know him during this period of incarceration. I do also want to emphasize that I was in touch with Agent Gerard throughout the course of these proceedings, and he emphasized to me, as well as the officer who conducted the preliminary hearing, that he really has had a good, sustained relationship with Mr. Lewis, who also approaches his relationship with Agent Gerard with a great deal of respect. He emphasized that Mr. Lewis does stay in touch via the phone, comes to meetings, submitted to compliance checks and things like that. I have spoken with Mr. Lewis about the address issue, and he does understand why it is essential to keep his address up to date, even if there are kind of last minute shifts in relationships, why it is important to not just stay in touch with his agent via the telephone or visits at probation and parole, but why it is important to immediately update him about any major changes. When it comes to the next allegation of social media, I think while this allegation absolutely does speak to some changes that Mr. Lewis needs to make while on parole, I don't think that this allegation or any of these allegations merit full revocation. Mr. Lewis and I have also discussed this, and he really understands that parole is an opportunity to really focus on personal and professional development. It's not a time to be on social media, and it's certainly not a time to posture to your friends. Mr. Lewis understands very well that he cannot have a weapon on parole, and throughout compliance checks and meetings with Agent Gerard, he has never been found with a weapon because he's never had a weapon while on parole. He understands that he cannot post old photos to social media. And again, that parole is really not an opportunity to be focusing on those things. For those reasons, Mr. Lewis has been working very closely with Mr. Pierce. Mr. Lewis has conveyed his commitment to making those changes. And I'm confident if you re-release him onto parole, you are not going to see someone who is on social media, who is spending, his time doing things like that, but you're going to see someone who devotes himself to healthy re-entry with the support of Mr. Pierce, with a particular focus on personal and professional development. Mr. Pierce has connected Mr. Lewis with the First 72 Plus, which is of course a respected and successful organization in the area. And I'll let Mr. Pierce speak to those resources once you all are ready to hear from him. I think, with the piece that I wanted to say is just that in my time knowing Mr. Lewis over this last year, I think he has shown himself to be eager, to be committed, ready to reconnect with his family and his community. And he understands that parole is a privilege and an opportunity, and he's really ready to engage with parole in a solid way. So I do want to reiterate, I do not believe that these allegations merit full revocation. I will be asking this board to reinstate him on parole. I'm confident that Mr. Lewis will make the best of it. And again, I will let Mr. Pierce address some of the resources that they have spent time tailoring to Mr. Lewis's particular interests and needs when you all are ready.
We're ready. Mr. Pierce?
Good morning. Thank you all for allowing me to speak in support of Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis and I have been communicating approximately 10 months of these 11 months he's been incarcerated. And he expressed to me that he has made a few errors in trying to re-enter back into society. He's been locked up for several years. And once he came home, he went straight to his family. And our families, they try their best to help guide people, and we do our best. But we don't have the hands-on support like First 72 does. These people are experiencing in dealing with re-entry programs and teaching guys how to maneuver in society. Mr. Lewis had this difficult problem. He had a construction job when he first came home, and it was only once the job was finished, he was out of work. He had been trying to find employment elsewhere where he fill out applications, and once they do the background check, there's a problem. He's an ex-convict. Now we have a law that just passed in Orleans Parish where they are no longer going to be able to do background checks because the box has been eliminated. So the background check will not be a part of it either. So Mr. Lewis will be able to find employment with the help of us and the First 72. Mr. Lewis expressed to me that was his problem in terms of getting the proper guidance, in terms of being released from prison and knowing how to maneuver. Things change in a matter of months. I'm pretty sure he understands what's really going on right now. And I myself will stay in contact with Mr. Lewis. We'll see to it that he makes sure to enter these programs, make sure he seek employment, and probably make sure he get employment, because we have connections with certain organizations that are willing to help us gain employment for our clients. So we ask the board to please give Mr. Lewis an opportunity at this moment to make a difference with himself and out here in society. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lewis. So I have a couple of questions for you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
So I saw the TikTok pictures and I very clearly see a weapon. Explain that.
Any old pictures, I never had no control of any weapons since I've been out.
Say that again?
See old pictures.
So you're saying they're old pictures?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So
I got a question related to that too. If they're old pictures, why do you have them up there currently?
I never had no weapons around me.
Well, in the pictures are weapons.
That was mistakes that I made by posting them, but they're old pictures.
Well, why are they still up there to be viewed?
But I've been in here, I ain't out there able to delete them.
But they were out there when you were on parole. So
that was the mistakes that I made.
okay. You in a gang?
No, sir.
Why you always gang signing?
Oh, no mistakes. I ain't in no gang.
Okay.
Anything else?
But why they call you Big King? Is that your name on the street?
And that's a music name.
Okay. All right.
And if I could add just one final thought briefly, I just think there is a tremendous amount of pressure on young people to be engaged in social media in ways that are popular or viral. And you know, obviously we've discussed, and Mr. Lewis has said this was a mistake, you know, posting these old photos. I would suggest, you know, if you all were to give Mr. Lewis a chance and reinstate him on parole, we would be open to a condition of deleting social media. I think that would be an appropriate step forward, where Mr. Lewis would not sort of, you know, be engaged or be taking in these videos that, of course, we know consume young people's attention to a great degree, and would really be able to focus on his professional development.
Thank you. All right, any other questions? No? All right, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Lewis, so I think we're ready to vote, and I'll be voting first. I do find you guilty of violating all those conditions, 3, 5, and 10, even though I acknowledge you pled not guilty. But what I'm looking at, there's a preponderance of evidence that you are guilty, so my vote today is to revoke your parole. Mr. Barrow
I concur with Ms. Renata for the same reasons.
and Mr. Freeman.
I concur. You're on for possession of a firearm. So it looks like you would know that you shouldn't be around any firearms, whether they're fake or not. So my vote is to revoke.
Today, your parole's being revoked, Mr. Lewis. Good luck to you, sir.
Yeah.
All right, good afternoon. We are reconvening. We're at Dixon Correctional Institute. And Warden, would you and your staff introduce yourself for the record?
Emily Smith, Assistant Warden Programming.
Donald Cavalier, Classification.
Xavier Shorts, Reentry.
Ashley Bradley, Records. That's it.
Okay, thank you. And we have before us Mr. Thomas.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
My name is Christopher Thomas, DOC number 774-333.
All right, thank you. Your case has been assigned to me, so we'll just jump right in. But first, I want to acknowledge that we have some folks here with us in Baton Rouge in opposition, representing Mothers Against Drunk Driving. We have Sunny Wall, and we do have the victim's sisters, Gabrielle Akins, Joan Robinson, stepfather Antonio Akins, father Reginald Bailey, and aunt Chiquita Robinson. And for those who've indicated they'd like to speak, we're going to ask them to do so. But first, let me read some identifying information into the record. So, Mr. Thomas, you are classified as a first felony offender. You're sentenced in East Baton Rouge Parish in November 2022 of vehicular homicide. You received a 14-year sentence. Your parole eligibility date is January 10, 2026. And a few months later is your mandatory release, good time, June 9th, 2026. Does that
Yes.
sound accurate to you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Thomas, this is your opportunity to tell us, you know, how'd you find yourself in that situation where you, what did you do, and why do you think we ought to consider you for an early release?
Yes, ma'am. One thing I can say is before I was incarcerated, I wasn't taking the full responsibility for what happened that night. I looked at it more like an accident. I didn't take as much accountability as I should have. After having a lot of time to think while being incarcerated and going through the classes I've gone through, I've realized that I made a very huge mistake by drinking and driving, and it's everything about it is my fault. And I learned that I do have a problem when before I was ignorant about it, to be honest with you. I have a problem with alcohol. I was in denial about it before I come to jail or prison, sorry. And I've had a lot of time to work on that, and I still have to work on that, and I'm very aware of that. I've been in the AA meetings, and I've gotten a lot better at asking for help. This is something that I never did before, to ask for help. And it's something that I've learned while being incarcerated that I had to get better at, is asking for help. And it's something that I've gotten a lot more comfortable with. Before I come to jail, I was a productive member of society. And when I get out of jail, I still want to be a productive member of society. I feel like there's a lot of things that I'm missing out on. You know, my family, my son, things that I need to make amends on. Restitution, I know I need to start working on pay. There's a lot of things that I need to catch up on, and you know, being incarcerated it's just, I don't finish saying this, but being incarcerated has taught me a lot of things that I probably would have ignored before coming to jail. It's taught me a lot of discipline about what I need to do in life and what I was doing wrong in life. You know, I understand the severity of my charge. Alexis lost her life because of me, and I've hurt her family dearly. And that's something I hope I can make amends with in the future. That it's going to take time, and I understand that. I just hope that one day, you know, Miss Jones can forgive me. I hope that they realize that I have been punished from this, that I will never drink like that again. But it's something that I'm gonna have to work on. Yeah, I'm gonna need help when I get out. And I just hope that they realize that I'm very aware of all this. That being incarcerated wasn't just time that I felt like I had to do. It was something that I've actually learned from. And I want something good to come from this. I don't want this just to be something negative that's happened in my life. I'm gonna have to search for direction for something good to come from this. But it will be my goal for something good to come from all this. And I mean, I apologize for what happened, but I take full responsibility. And I hope that she could hear me say that. Because before, I was not taking full responsibility of it. I looked at it like an accident, and that's not true. I was drinking and driving. I chose to drink and drive. That was very selfish of me. I put a lot of people's lives in danger, and I'm the result of someone's death because of Alexis' death. I'm sorry. I'm the result of her death because of it. I'm very aware of it.
Okay, we'll have some more questions for you shortly, but first, let me ask Warden Smith, what can you tell us about Mr. Thomas?
So Christopher transferred to DCI a little over a year. He was pulled from Union Parish to be a trustee as part of a swap for trustees. And he has been a level 1 trustee since August of 2024. He currently is assigned to the Department of Agriculture, so he works downtown. We've had no disciplinary issues from him since he's been incarcerated here, and he's completed a couple of programs, and it looks like he currently attends AA and NA. He's completed forklift training and pre-release and a couple other programs that we have to offer.
All right, thank you. So at this time, before we start our interview with you, we'd like to hear from the folks who are here in opposition. I'll let you guys decide who wants to go first, and whoever it is, if you just step up to the podium and then introduce yourself. Tell us what you want us to know. Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Gabrielle Akins. I'm the victim's sister, and I like to see what I feel about what he did to my sister. I feel that he took away something that can never be replaced. I can never feel something that I cherish the most and I give the most. My sister was the person I go to first. And I loved her very much. It was like we had a bond that could never be broken. And when she died, I would not stop crying. I could not stop crying. I was sad. I was 8 when my sister died. So being an 8-year-old, I didn't know how to react to that. So like a normal 8-year-old, I cried a lot. But overall, I feel like it shows a dream in driving as to something that can never be replaced. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, thank you for allowing us this time. My name is Sunny Wall, I'm Executive Director of Mothers Against Drunk Driving in Louisiana. And I am here on behalf of Alexis Robinson and her family. You know, oftentimes people think that they are eliminated or exempt by something bad happening to them directly or by their own hand because of, you know, something that they went out and did. No one typically has a thought process of, hey, I'm gonna go out and take a life tonight. But the bottom line is a choice is made. They aren't called accidents because accidents are something that you don't mean to have happen. When you decide to get behind the wheel impaired, you're making that choice and you are driving a 2-ton loaded weapon. And it's a matter of time for so many people out there. And unfortunately, this family is here today. Their sentence is life without Alexis. No one was given a book. Ms. Jones was not given a book when she went home from the hospital with Alexis and said, here's what you need to do or be prepared for when this happens, because it shouldn't happen. It's 100% completely preventable. And it is something that, you know, it happens all too often in our state. And, you know, this family they're amazing. You know, they're all, Ms. Jones is a God-fearing, loving woman full of faith, and she has endured her family, her parents, step-parents, they've endured so much. Her baby sister Gabby, who you just heard from, they have to wake up every day for the rest of their lives. When Joan goes out to speak about awareness of impaired driving, she is reopening a wound over and over again that she will have for the rest of her life, not only for Alexis' legacy or for her to be remembered, but for the sake of other people on the road around impaired driving. And it happens too much. It's too much. It's 100% completely preventable. Where accountability is held, is a good thing, but it shouldn't have to take something like this to occur for somebody to think before they do something like this, make a plan. We have so many preventative measures that could have been prevented, but it wasn't. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm John Robinson. The mother of Alexis. I'm here to oppose Gary Christopher Thomas, the privilege of parole. On April 2nd, 2021, Mr. Thomas made the conscious decision to go out drinking. When the clock struck midnight on April 3rd, he was behind the wheel of his truck driving at a high rate of speed, 78 and 45, on South Sherwood Forest Boulevard. Alexis had a special bond with each of her siblings. A week prior, she did something special with each one of them. She loved her sisters. The day before the crash on April 2nd, 2021, our day started like any other normal day. I can remember it. It's just like watching a movie. You never forget the best part. I was watching my grandson, who was 8 months old at the time. Alexis wanted to try the catfish Tony from Tony Seafood. I went to pick up lunch, not knowing this would be our last meal together. We sat down, ate, and she loved it. She played with her nephew for a few and got ready to work. Got ready for work. When Alexis got ready to leave, she would say, "Bye, Mom, I love you." Those were the last words I would ever hear her say. That breaks my heart over and over again. That night, my daughter, Alexis, was looking forward to leaving work and going home to get ready for spring break vacation with her boyfriend and family. Because of Christopher's decision and resultant actions, Alexis never made it home. Alexis' death was not an accident. Christopher's actions resulted in my daughter's murder. Who was Alexis? Alexis was a vibrant 17-year-old high school senior with the promise of a bright future. She had an unrivaled spirit, maturity, and wisdom that enabled her to navigate the complexities of her high school life. Alexis was a little sister and a big sister who was greatly admired by her siblings and had a very close relationship with them. Also a dynamic leader in her own rights, and showed this in many ways, including as captain of her high school volleyball team. Alexis was a determined individual that forged her own path. She was eagerly looking forward to starting her first semester at Southeastern University, studying kinesiology. She was already looking ahead and making plans how she served and cared for others as a physical or occupational therapist. Alexis had many plans and many dreams that now would never come to pass. As a mother, I too have dreams that would never come to pass. I would never see my child reach her goals or fulfill her dreams or even her becoming a mother herself. All I have left are memories, a few pictures, and gratefully a recording of her heartbeat, thanks to Lopa, who made the recording for me. I didn't just lose my daughter once, I lose her every single day. Every morning when I wake up, I lose her again. Every day, she is still not here, and the heartache starts over. It's never ending pain. It's been 4 years and several months, days, hours, minutes, and seconds since I've been able to hear her voice, hold her, or have a conversation with her. Alexis was only 17 with her whole life ahead of her. Mr. Thomas took everything concerning Alexis away from us. The month of April has become a traumatic and triggering season for me. Alexis was born in April. The crash happened in April. We took her off life support and she died in April. And we buried her in April. This year, even in May, was especially painful for me. It would have been her college graduation. In May, my baby Alexis should have been walking across the stage receiving her degree. To know Christopher is up for parole and that he could be traveling on the roads again gives me great anxiety. So much so that when I'm traveling, I have the overwhelming feeling that a car or truck is going to run into me. My heart starts beating fast, I flinch or jump easily. However, I can't fight my past even though I'm scared as hell. I work hard to keep my thoughts and my fears in check. The depression and anxiety are tremendous. I wouldn't wish this on anyone. This is what Christopher has done to me. On April 3rd, 2021, I asked Alexis coach if we could do a crowd video on the football field at Somerville High the following Tuesday. We didn't know that at the time that would be the day we take her off life support and donate her organs. That day was the true start of pain that would never go away. We still held the prayer vigil and balloon release. So many of Alexis' classmates, teachers were struggling with the loss almost as much as her family and close friends. We tried to be strong and comfort each other and keep moving through the shock of and grief. At the balloon release, while Alexis' volleyball team was taking a picture, I lost my balance and tore the ligament in my right thumb. It has never properly healed even after surgery. Not only did I end up being out of work from April 5th until July 26th, with way too much time to think about missing Alexis, but now I have another reminder of this horrible time. If Christopher had not been drinking and caused the death of my child, I would not have been on that football field to remember Alexis or help comfort her friends. I would not have to have surgery on my hand. I would not have to talk to a picture or a headphone when I want to talk to Alexis. I wouldn't feel like I'm about to lose my mind with grief or have emotional breakdowns when I'm alone. I could not have this horrible pain in my heart all the time. We would not be here today, but here we are. If Christopher had been driving the speed, he would not have hit Alexis. The crash report clearly states that he doesn't deserve to be free just yet. My child is dead, and I truly feel he has not served enough time to say he has been rehabilitated and free to drive the streets of any community. There has been no evidence of true remorse or rehabilitation, and without those, he would do this again. With parole, Christopher will get he will get to start a new chapter while I'm stuck in the old chapter. It's not fair. We are still dealing with her death. Her father had not dealt with the loss of his baby girl. Their bond was amazing. The pain is so unreal. During the court proceedings, Christopher Thomas' attorney asked if he paid restitution upfront, could he do just 3 years? I said no, because it was not about the money. Look at it, he's done just 3 years. That was his attorney victimizing me. Justice is not for Alexis, it's for the offender. The offender gets justice, not Alexis or her family. Christopher has devastated me, my family, and our friends. I will never be the same person that I was before April 3rd, 2021. My family will never be the same. I feel lost without my child, Alexis. We are incomplete without her. I hate that he has done this to me and my family. I wake up looking at my home cameras expecting her to drive up. But to see her sister still carrying this pain in their hearts all the time, it hurts me more. I walk around with a smile on my face, but inside I'm numb, I'm angry, I'm extremely sad all the time. One of the hardest things about living life since Alexis was ill is watching her friends get older and doing all the things that she never get to do. I hate that he may get all this start over and we love doing life without true remorse and outward demonstration of rehabilitation and repentance next time. It could be you, it could be one of you, it could be one of you who suffers, or maybe it's you. I know that God has the final say in all this. I pray that you make the right decision and God to deny Mr. Thomas parole at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. We appreciate hearing from you today. So, Mr. Thomas, I was pleased to hear you say early on when you were speaking, at the end when you were speaking, you acknowledged that it was a choice that you made, not a mistake. And that speaks volumes to me. When did you say going to prison is what made you realize you had a problem? At what point in your sentence, the period of incarceration, did you come to realize that?
Definitely after a couple years. It wasn't immediate. It was even after doing some of the classes I've done at Steve Oil, I was still honestly in denial about all of it. You know, it took me a while and a lot of reading and speaking out to other people for me to really accept it. So to answer your question, I would say a little over 2 years after being incarcerated, I was able, and
How
honestly,
long in the Steve Hoyle program?
I did the 6 month. I wanted to do the 9 month, but I didn't have a choice in the matter.
Right.
So they put me in the 6 month, and I almost earned all the good time there, but 90 days. And then they shipped me to Union Parish from there, which is like a work release facility. And from there, when they screened me for work release, I asked them that, or I mentioned to them that I wanted the rest of my good time, if there was a place they could send me for that. And that after about 6 months of being trustee at Union Parish, they sent me to DCI, and I've been trustee here since. And here I was able to earn the rest of my good time.
Right. You took 100 hours in parenting?
No, well, I did parenting at Steve Oil. That was a reentry class.
So what programs did you do there? DCI?
DCI, I did the reentry. I did the forklift class. I'm also trying to do the OSHA class. I want to be certified OSHA, for OSHA. I've also been in the AA and NA meetings, but as far as the classes, I mostly did them. I did most of the classes at Steve Oil, the ones that DCI offers. I basically already did Steve Oil.
So you mentioned you wanted your good time classes, and you did get a year of credit, about a year, I think. And so you have a good time date, which is about 8 months away, I think, in June of next year. I need you to know there is, of course, the opposition we heard today from the victims, and we also have a whole numerous letters from other family members, sisters, aunts, friends, teachers, grandparents, an entire community protesting an early release for you. There's opposition from the district attorney's office in East Baton Rouge Parish, sheriff's office in East Baton Rouge Parish, the chief of police in East Baton Rouge Parish, as well as the attorney general's office, to an early release for you. The district attorney believes that you need to stay until your good time date. I tend to agree. I'm not, I know you worked hard for the good time. I'm glad you got something out, and I'm glad you have come to the realization that you're going to have to work on this for the rest of your life. You can't fall. You know what you have to do. I don't have any other questions. Any questions?
No question. No questions.
All right, so Mr. Thomas, I'm prepared to vote. I agree with the district attorney. I think you're very fortunate that you have a good time date, a mandatory release date that's coming up soon. My vote today is going to be to deny your parole based on that and the opposition we've heard from today.
Understand.
Concur with Ms. Renata for the same reasons.
And Mr. Friedman.
I concur also, but I want you to keep going to AA and keep working on yourself because, you are getting out next year, so you need to be prepared.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Alaman? Y'all are on mute.
Good morning.
Well, it's afternoon.
Oh, wow. Good
Yeah.
afternoon.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number, please.
Randolph Allen. 444-227.
Yes, sir, and thank you. You have counsel there with you today. Sir, would you introduce yourself for the record?
Good afternoon. Nelson Cantrell on behalf of Randolph Allen. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Mr. Alaman, we have your brother Kenneth, who's on Zoom with, and he'll be speaking shortly. And also here in our position, we have a representative of the District Attorney's Office in Jefferson Parish, and he's asked to have some comments also. So I'm going to just read some identifying information into the record, ask you to verify that it's accurate, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Barra seated to my left. Your case has been assigned to him. So, Mr. Alaman, you are classified as a second felony offender. You're currently serving a 23-year, 6-month sentence. You were sentenced in Jefferson Parish, February 2003, 2 counts aggravated incest. You were afforded probation. That was revoked in 2006 for a new felony conviction. You were sentenced in Jefferson Parish again in August of 2006 for sexual battery, and then as a habitual offender for aggravated incest. Your parole eligibility date is June the 7th, 2026, and you have a good time date, September 10, 2027. Is all that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Barra.
All right, Mr. Allen, would you tell us what you did to get yourself in trouble and why do you feel now is a good time to be released?
Yes, sir, I can. What I done was troubling that I should have never done. Sexual battery on juvenile was definitely not the right thing. That was terrible to my family. I hurt them extremely bad. I'm sincerely sorry I done those things. It's a selfish thing to do. And it was terrible. I mean, just very terrible thing to do to my family. And I'm very sorry that I've done those things. I want to say those thoughts that will never, it will never be in my desire ever again. I will never do that ever again. So I did take classes on sexual offense, on the risk factors, like justifiable, blame, and grooming and stuff like that. I'm doing a lot better as an inmate. I work for maintenance department over here. I have a job of 14 years over working in a tool shed. About 8 of it was I was a yard orderly, and about 6 of it was maintenance. I had the same job for 14 years, and I appreciate this opportunity for this parole date. I really do appreciate it. And tell you another thing too. I want to say I want to thank the DA for arresting me and for pressing the charge and stopping me, because I had a serious problem out there in the world, and I'm over that now. I took these classes. I understand how I hurt my family, and I'm never ever going to do anything like that again. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
All right, I see that the record shows that you committed this crime while you were on supervision for another crime. What was the other crime that you were on supervision for when you committed this one?
Sexual battery or I think it was sexual battery or aggravated incest, either one. I don't remember, I really don't remember, so.
Okay.
No, I think it was aggravated incest, it was from my nephew.
All right. What would you consider the best class that you did that you learned the most from?
Sexual battery and living in balance, because living in balance, it taught me how to control my emotions and not altering don't let anything at all alter my mind. And the sexual battery, it taught me how it hurt my family. It was a domino effect when it came to the people I hurt. That I hurt too many people. My sister, my mother, my father, my wife, my 2 kids. It taught me. I realized going through these classes that. You know, the pain that I put my family through was not worth it. You know, I should have never done something like that.
Okay. Thank you. I see we have somebody in support and we have an attorney that would like to speak. So let's move on to Mr. Kenneth Alamo, your brother. Go to the attorney and come back to this. All right, Mr. Kenneth is not available right now. We'll go to Mr. Nelson, attorney, and let him speak.
Okay, thank you. And let me just say that Mr. Alamo was born on November 7th, 1962. And this Friday, November 7th, 2025, he will be 63 years of age. Mr. Alamo was arrested on December 11th, 2005, and has been in the custody of the state of Louisiana continuously since that date. So in approximately 1 month from today, Mr. Alamo will have spent an uninterrupted 20 years in the custody of the state. During these 20 years in the custody of the state, Mr. Alamo has been a model inmate in the Louisiana Department of Corrections and has completed numerous classes and programs successfully in connection with his incarceration. And these are well documented. On March 15th, 2019, Mr. Alamon's wife, Tammy Gilliard Alamo, died after an unexpected and brief illness. Her funeral was on March 30th, 2019. Despite all of my efforts, I was unable to obtain the permission from the Department of Corrections for Mr. Alamo to attend her funeral. Which brings us to today. If Mr. Alamo is released on parole, he will have to start his life from scratch. He's prepared to do that. He has a good support group and he has a job waiting for him. Most important to me is that he and his mother will have the opportunity to reconnect with each other. This is invaluable and this is a priceless proposition. Certainly that was far from guaranteed at the time of his arrest and during the early days of his incarceration. So thank you very much.
All right, how about Warden Smith? Do you have anything to add about his behavior or?
The only thing I can add is that, he has been at DCI since 2009, and he has maintained a job in the maintenance department on the unit he lives. His last write-up was in 2010, so he's really not a disciplinary issue, and he is a member of our, Pride program.
All right. Now we'll hear from Mr. Randall Meyer, of the District Attorney's Office.
Good afternoon, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish, and we are adamantly opposed to Mr. Alleman being released. I think all of our job is to try to protect the innocent people in the parish and the state, and we have to protect the most vulnerable among us, which are our children. The only way we can assure that they're protected from Mr. Alleman is to keep him in jail until his full term date. He's had 7 arrests for sex crimes against children. He's had 3 convictions for sex crimes against children and was on probation for a sex crime against a child when he was revoked because he committed another sexual battery and aggravated incest against minors. Looking at his prison record, there is a note indicating that he has taken the sex offender courses. It's my opinion that he's not able to be rehabilitated, and I think his record shows that. His criminal record shows that over the many years. His most recent Static 99 from October of 2025, he's found to be a high-risk sexual offender. For those reasons, we are very strongly opposed to Mr. Alleman being paroled.
Thank you very much, Mr. Myers. All right, we'll go back to Mr. Kenneth Alamo, the offender's brother. I think we got him now. Mr. Alamo? All right, it doesn't look like we're able to get hooked up with Mr. Alamo. Do my colleagues have any questions? No questions. If we have no questions, it's time to vote.
Time to vote, Mr. Conrad.
And I am the lead voter on this case. Mr. Alamo, I have to vote to deny your parole request today. Just based on your criminal record and how many times you've already committed these crimes. And doing it while you're on supervision, putting you on supervision, I kind of agree with Mr. Myers. The only way to stop you is to keep you where you're at.
I do have an old regular truck. I have
Right, good morning. The Committee on Parole's call to order today is Tuesday, August the 15th, 8:25 a.m. My name's Brennan Kelsey. All me, Ms. Bonnie Jackson, and Cheryl Renata will be your panel. Staff and support is seated at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. With staff and support, please introduce yourself. Our remote location is Vernon Correctional. With staff and support at Vernon, please introduce yourself.
Fort John, Burn Sheriff's Office. Debbie Barber, Burn Sheriff's Office.
All right, we're ready for our first case. Please introduce yourselves. We're here for parole revocation hearing. Please introduce yourself, state your name and DOC number for the record.
Michael Harris, 624-604.
All right, we're here for a parole revocation hearing. I'll read some rule violations. You'll plead guilty, not guilty, guilty with a statement, or not guilty with a statement. We'll ask you some questions. You can respond at the end. You can make a statement. We'll take a vote. You understand the process? Yeah, okay. You have a parole revocation questionnaire there in the room in front of you. Do they have a parole revocation questionnaire anywhere in the room? Staff, do y'all have any? Okay, we're gonna put it on the screen. Okay, there's a picture of a parole revocation questionnaire. Is that your signature at the bottom, Mr. Harris?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, indeed.
All right, we'll move forward. Michael Harris, DOC number 628-604. Rule number 2. You failed to report to Leesville District Office of Probation Parole or submit your monthly supervision report for the months of December 2022 through June 23. How do you plead? How do you plead to that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you plead guilty, not guilty, guilty with a statement, or not guilty with a statement?
Guilty.
Guilty. All right. 4A, you committed the offense of simple battery resulting in officer disturbing the peace and obstructing public passage, and was arrested on these offenses by the new Deanna Police Department on January 13, 2023. On 6/28/2023 in Leadville City Court, criminal under docket number 2023C14185, simple battery, pled guilty, credit for time served under docket 2023C14187, resisting an officer, pled guilty, credit for time served under docket 2023C14186, disturbing the peace, pled guilty, credit for time served under docket 2023C14184, obstructing public passages, pled guilty, credit for time served. How do you plead?
The fight done. It wasn't a fight. So
Right. How do you plead to that rule violation? Rule number 4.
14. Guilty.
Guilty. Okay. Number 4C, you admitted to the use and tested positive for marijuana on June 19, 2023. How do you plead?
Positive.
Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
All right. You're currently owe $187 towards your supervision fees. How do you plead?
Guilty.
All right, Mr.
Do
you have anything you'd like to tell us?
I was crossing the street and he stopped me and tased. I was L17 now. I ain't even see him. He snubbed me. It's Pelican now. He tased me.
Good morning, Mr. Harris. How you doing?
Pelican now.
Okay. Mr. Harris, I'm gonna tell you what they say happened. They say on the day you got arrested, you were walking in the middle of the street and there was a car behind you and the car couldn't move forward because you were in the middle of the street. And then at one point you sat down in the street and you were talking to yourself. And then another time, as the car was trying to go by you, you slapped the car on the side. And then you made your fingers like a gun and pointed it towards the lady and her 2 children that were in the car. And that's how the police ended up getting called because of what you were doing in the middle of the street. Do you remember that?
Purple Hill. It's mine. I remember crossing the street.
You weren't crossing it, you were walking in the middle of it.
It's Purple Hill. It ain't no sidewalk there.
I understand, but do you remember sitting down in the middle of the street and talking to yourself?
I remember I was rapping and I tied my shoe. I don't remember sitting down. I can't say I was on my buttocks.
Well, let me ask you this. When you were at Dixon, you served time as Dixon, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were at Dixon, did they have you on some mental health medication?
Yes, ma'am. They weren't giving me my proper medication.
Okay, so but you were on some medication at Dixon, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got out of prison, did you stop taking medication?
I didn't have any more in my prescription.
So you weren't taking any medication?
Purple, I got some right now.
I know, but having it.
They doing it again. They ain't giving me the proper medication.
But my question is, I'm not asking you if you have medication. I asked you if you were taking it.
It's not.
Okay. So what's going on with you?
Nothing. I'm just trying to live. I'm trying to see my kids. I ain't seen my kids yet. And other than that, I'm just trying to, stay out the way. I thought I was moving out the road. They had no sidewalk. So, if you scoot over a little bit towards the edge of the road, some cars usually just go around. That's what they, I've been living out here a long time. They don't try to run you over, get you out the road because they know ain't no sidewalk. Even kids. Even kids scoot over a little bit. So it's a wood line. It's trees and bushes.
I understand. Who do you live with, Mr. Harris?
My mother.
Yeah, how do you get along with your mother?
Looking now, it's purple up. It's L14, man.
She's willing. Why are you doing that with your hand? Why you keep doing that with your hands? Yeah, that. Why you keep doing that?
Just looking now. That's L17.
When's the last time you talked to your mom?
When last time probably 44 days, 47 there, something like that. About 49 there. It wasn't too long ago.
Okay, tell me again, how many days was it?
Like 47 and 1/4. Like I like something close to that.
Let me ask you. Okay, have you talked to her? Have you talked to her since you've been in jail?
No, ma'am. So like that, yeah, like 47 and L14 now. Purple up, something like that.
Okay, stop talking. Where are you supposed to be going to get your mental health medication?
At L17, it's down by Bird Hospital. It's Thrifty Way, pharmacy.
Okay, but what doctor, where do you see a doctor for your mental health? You go to a mental health clinic to see a doctor?
Thirsty way. Thirsty way.
Can anybody in the room tell us anything about Mr. Harris? Have y'all had any problems with him?
We have not, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
We have not had any problem with Mr. Harris, ma'am.
And I'm assuming y'all don't have any kind of psychiatric person that sees the inmates?
No, ma'am, we do not. We have a nurse practitioner that comes on Friday to see them.
Okay, all right. Mr. Harris, I think you need to be on your medication, and I think you need to have the right medication to help you, so you can function. Okay, and they're not gonna give you the right medication where you are. So we're gonna have to get you moved to Hunt, where they can treat your situation. And then when you're released, you'll be on the right medication.
I'm just here off of a misdemeanor. They tased me.
I know, well, they had to, because you were fighting them. You didn't want to cooperate.
I was crossing the street and he tased me.
Okay.
I didn't touch nobody.
Okay, all right.
All right, well, panel's prepared to vote.
I was going to see my kids. And
Okay, that's good. I'm gonna vote first. My vote today is to revoke your parole, found you guilty to Rule 2, 4, and 10. Also gonna be request that you be moved to Hunt's facility, Elaine Hunt Correctional Center, immediately to get mental health evaluation and follow up and get back on regular meds. Miss Jackson.
Okay. Ms. Harris, we're trying to get you some help. So my vote today is also to revoke because of the violations and to recommend they send you to Hunt so that you can be seen by a doctor and get the right medication.
Let's go ahead and vote.
Mr. Harris, I do agree with my colleagues. You pled guilty to all the violations, and I do think you need some help with your meds. So my vote today is to revoke with the same recommendation. Good luck to you, sir.
All right, 3 votes to revoke your parole. There'll be staff. Could you get him, y'all work and get him moved to Hunt, please?
Yes.
All right, 3 votes to revoke your parole's been revoked. Good luck to you. We'll adjourn at 8:39. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Committee on Parole's call to order today is Tuesday, August 15th, 8:49 a.m. My name is Brendan Kelsey, along with me, Ms. Polly Jackson, Ms. Cheryl Renatza will be parole panel. Staff support seat of DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. Remote location is BCI with staff and support there. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, good morning. Dusty Bickham, Warden. Donald Cavalier, Classification.
Jane Babineau classification.
Ashley Bradley, records.
Jamie Duvall, Mental Health.
Terry Grady, Director of Nursing. That's it, sir.
All right, thank you. Right, ready for our first case. Please introduce yourself, state your name and DOC number for the record.
My name is Ben Scott. Good morning. My number is 94592.
All right, Ben, you heard the introduction. We'll have a parole interview, ask some questions. You can respond. At the end, you can make a statement. We'll take a vote. You understand the process?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We have Mr. Randy Meyer here who will speak at the appropriate time, and Daryl Miles who will speak at the appropriate time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ben Scott, DOC number 94592, sixth class offender. Parole eligibility date 1/30/2024, good time 3/4/2043, full term 1/30/2044, a 40-year sentence for first degree robbery. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Scott, how old are you?
69,
69 years old. How many years have you been incarcerated on this 40-year sentence?
20, sir.
And do you have a GED or high school diploma?
Yes, sir. I have a high school diploma. Yes, sir. It's indicated on my
Tell me where'd you graduate high school from?
Marion Abramson in New Orleans on Reed Road.
Okay. What year?
1974.
When's your last disciplinary write-up?
When I last had a write-up?
Yes, sir.
2020 November. I mean, 2020 December, sir. I'm sorry. 2020 December.
For what?
Intoxication, and I think it was a Rule 3.
Okay. What you drinking, you smoking? What were you intoxicated with?
Smoking, sir. Smoking.
Mojo?
Yes, sir.
And so you also had a couple more in 20 as well.
Yes, sir. That was my last one. I thought you were speaking about my last write-up.
Okay, yeah, no, that's okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Some
Yeah, I
fight.
thought Yes, being incarcerated and coming in incarcerated as an elderly man, sometimes you have to make a statement at that time. That was the type of frame of mind I was in. So I got into a few confrontations while incarcerated. The system is something that and then during that time too, it had no hope for me because when I came back to this parole situation was not in place any longer. It was not in law any longer. So it was like just the life I was gonna live. But I thank God that it came back for the parole situation, and I started making changes. And making changes starts from now, and understanding that situations could be held differently. One is everything is not a fight, everything is not an argument, and the big picture of it too in life, everything is not a killing. So I had to learn these things, and I'm dealing with it. A lot of confrontation now that with these 3 years I have without a write-up, I have learned, and I learned how to walk away and use the different classes that I have, like with Cajun Rage.
What kind of classes have you taken? You taking Cajun Rage?
I take Cajun Rage. Here's right in front of me, right here. I took NAAA on several. I loved it in the AA. I took living in balance. I took living in balance to the point where I participated in living in balance sincerely and honestly. Until now, I'm the facilitator of the class. I teach the class now.
So you've taken 1 and 2. You took both of them, and now you're a facilitator, right?
Yeah, now I'm the facilitator. I have taken Cajun Raid, nursing. Excuse me, sir.
Have you taken pre-release?
Yes, sir, and I have taken pre-releases right here. I have taken pre-release. It's right here, sir. I have taken pre-release right here.
What about thinking for a change?
Well, my supervisor, Mr. Duvall, we have, collaborated on a few issues, and it came up, and somewhere down the line, if the board feel to believe I should have that class before I leave here, I'm quite sure Mr. Duvall would assist me in getting in that class and help me along the way. It was just timing, timing is with the classes. And at that particular time, I couldn't get in the class at that time. But Mr. Duvall has assured me that the board that I need to get this class before I go. He would help me get in it.
And so you're in Malachi Dad's too?
Yes, sir, I'm in Malachi Dad. We just completed Malachi Dad last week. We are waiting to get our certificates now. Yes, sir.
All right, so what's your plans if you were to be released early? Where are you going to go? What you going to do?
My childhood friend, Kevin Wilkerson, he's going to allow me to stay at his residence, 6017 Campus Boulevard. I think along the way with living in balance and with NAAA, I would like to, on my reentry, if I can, I would, if the board see fit that they can send me to a place where that I can get more help concerning drugs, I would accept it. I would go. I understand work now. I understand job. I understand a job more now than being a drug addict. I understand a job. What I mean by that is, I understand paying taxes now. I understand how important taxes is.
Right.
I understand how important a job is for an individual my age to make it.
Sure.
And taxes, you just come and stuff. Go ahead, sir. I'll go ahead, sir.
That's good. What my concern is a couple things. My concern is that you're a 6th class offender. You've had a drug and alcohol problem for a long time. You've taken living in balance, and that's good. Have you had any type of long-term substance abuse at all? Any type of long-term treatment?
Yes, sir. I never had any treatment in the free world. No, sir. But I have taken this. I have taken this.
What is
it? NAAA.
Yeah, no, we got that. Yeah, we're aware.
All right. Yes, sir.
Yeah, like I said, so those are concerns of mine. Also, the fact that you've been revoked. You have poor supervision. You've been revoked a lot. You have, you got some. You definitely got some stuff to do. But again, it is still concerning. I know it's been several years, but you have that mojo, and drugs and alcohol are always going to be out there for you. So I'll sit back and listen. Excuse me, and make a decision. Warren, you got any input for us?
Hey, good morning, Mr. Kelly. Not a whole lot. His write-up history was pretty extensive until 2020, and it looks like something changed. He started heading in the right direction. He does have some substance abuse issues, it appears, that hopefully he can get worked on.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Warren. All right. We'll hear from, yeah, sure. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning,
Okay.
Mr. Scott.
Good morning.
When I was looking at your file,
Yes, ma'am.
in 1989, you pled guilty to 6 counts of armed robbery, and you got a 40-year sentence. You also got 6 months for attacking a courtroom deputy. And
No.
then, stop talking. And then
I'm sorry.
in August 18th of 89, you were resentenced to 15 years in hard labor And on September 6th of 89, you pled guilty to 7 counts of simple robbery and 1 count of simple escape. So in the 90s, when you came to prison in the 90s, how much time did you serve on those robberies from the 90s?
I served 15 years, ma'am.
How much,
I had-
stop talking. How long did you actually stay in prison?
15 years.
And so when, do you remember when you were paroled?
No, ma'am, I went back, I gave the sentence back and they re-sentenced me to 15 years. I didn't get out on parole.
I understand that. So you served the full 15 years.
Yes, ma'am, I sure did. Yes, ma'am.
And about what year did you get out of prison?
I got out of prison in 2004 October.
And then in March 30th of 05, after you served 15 years in prison, you commit the crime that you're in prison for right now.
Yes, ma'am. That's right. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And now you've been in there almost 20 years.
Yes, ma'am.
So you've been in prison more than half of your life.
And that's correct, ma'am. It's a crying out loud shame. Yes, ma'am. And it's the truth.
Okay.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry. Okay, I am.
So, you know, after having spent 15 years in prison, plus the 20 years you spent on this charge, you only now, since 2020, have started to figure out what you need to do. Why would it take a person that long to have the light come on and understand that you have to live by the rules of the prison and the rules of society? Why did it take you so long?
Is my addiction, if I could have a minute with the board and let the board really see who Ben Scott is, I could answer that question.
I want to show.
I had a serious heroin addiction. My stepfather was not an educated man. He didn't even graduate 6th grade. And I hate this because this is a very curious,
When you served at 15, you had the heroin problem, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's why I'm coming to prison. Yes, ma'am.
Stop talking. And then when you got out of prison, instead of going to get some help for your heroin problem, you went right back to using and committing robberies. Why didn't you ever try to do anything on the street to help yourself?
Because when I discharged, I didn't have no situation where that my mind was in the area of like leaving drugs alone. My circumstances that I was trying to explain didn't leave.
But why would I believe that your mind is in any different place now?
Because if the record then does not show what the records show today. The records show that I have participated in these type of classes. The records show that I have participated in drug help programs for NAAA, Living in Balance. The record showed that during those times there I never went no situation with no.
But the record also shows you got a write-up for Mojo.
Yes, ma'am, and I have changed all that. I have changed all that. The record also shows I haven't had a write-up in 3 years now. I never had those type of situations before with my incarceration. I'm 69 years old. I'll figure somewhere down the line, an individual person seeks change For one thing, also, ma'am, I'm afraid to die in prison. I haven't done any living. I haven't done any living at all, as you said yourself. Matter of fact, I just spent 42 years in prison. When do you throw it up? When do you say enough is enough? That's where I'm at in my life. I'm quite sure each and every individual in life has come to that part where they say enough is enough. Enough is enough for me. I'm at that point now. Enough is enough. Look, the whole head is white.
See,
I haven't did any living.
stop talking.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you've reached that point. I really am, because that's the first step. But I need to hear what a concrete plan is if you're released. What are you gonna do? Because you're gonna still have those same urges, even though you right now feel like enough is enough. Tell me what your plan is to make sure you don't fall back into what you've always done for the last 42 years.
I am going to, I'm a veteran. I'm quite sure that the Veterans Administration for Veterans have some type of drug programs out there, where it's in-house or out-house. I don't mind. I know I have a serious heroin addiction, and I want to do something about it. Just like I spoke to the gentleman right here, I explained to him, if the board think that I need to go into any kind of program, I'm ready to hug it. I'm ready to kiss it. I'm ready to embrace it with all my heart. I want to change. It's time to change. So whatever is available for me on my own, I'm going to get it. I love NAAA. It's stories that was told that would make you think that your story is something else. It make you want to cry to hear other stories, to see how serious an addiction is. Also, too, during those programs like that, is people that you meet become very important in your life, that you can pick up the phone. Oh, excuse me, Miss Bonnie Jackson, I need you. I need to talk to you. I mean, it's serious. I'm almost at the breaking point. Those are the people I need to be around. Those are the people I want to be around. I don't want to be around street life any longer.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Darrell Miles now. Make a brief statement, please.
Darrell Miles, First 72 Plus. We are ready to receive Mr. Scott into our program. Our program has exactly what Mr. Scott needs. We teach a 9 steps to staying free program, where substance abuse is our main goal in reaching people like Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott also said that he was a veteran. And being a veteran, we have a partnership with Veterans Empowerment Service. That organization is geared toward helping veterans who are ex-drug offenders. Mr. Scott has already admitted that he has a drug problem. And so our program not only is partnershiping with Veterans Empowerment Service, but we have a 24-hour hotline where guys can call in at that point where they need counseling, where they need people to reach out to them. We would actually go get them and sit down with them. Not only that, but we have other services that we can provide for Mr. Scott. We have a long-term housing program and a long-term job search program that he would be beneficial to those benefits. And should the board grant his parole today, we will work with him 100% to ensure that he won't be back before you people again. So we thank you so much for considering giving Mr. Scott an opportunity at release. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, we're here for Mr. Randy Meyer now.
Good morning, Randy Meyer, Assistant DA in Jefferson Parish. I remain opposed to Mr. Scott's request for parole. I think his criminal record and his DOC record shows that he's not ready yet. I think a light might have started flickering in his head that he's seeing what he needs to do and taking some steps, but I think he needs to show us that the light's on, not just flickering. If you look at his risk assessment, it says it's low, but it also, low. It also says it's high for substance abuse, mental health, employment, total needs, and dynamic risks. His disciplinary report, 40. He's had 8 in 2020. 3 of those were for intoxication, 1 for fighting. And every year he's been incarcerated, except 09 and 10, he's had disciplinary reports until the recent years, and which is, I think, when that light started flickering. And, from 21 to 23, I think is the longest time that he's been incarcerated that he has not had a disciplinary report. And I think he needs to show that he's going to continue in that he's not going to be a discipline problem. He's going to continue with programming and show that he, when he becomes ready to get out. Mr. Scott said a couple of times that I'll do what the board wants me to do to get out. If the board wants me to take substance abuse, I'll take it. He needs to want to take it. It's not what the board wants, it's what he needs in order to stay out of jail. So until he gets additional programs and he shows that goes a much longer period without disciplinary reports, will remain opposed to his request.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Scott, you like to make a statement on your behalf?
Yes, sir, I sure would.
Take a brief statement.
Yes, sir. I have gotten older. I have gotten a lot more wiser. I think that given an opportunity, that I wouldn't let myself down. I want to be a responsible man. I need to be a responsible man for myself, as well as my family, as well as other families. Like this lady. This lady was a cashier, a woman, and I traumatized her. If I had a wife in that same situation, I would be upset. So I would like to shake the hand of the man, of the husband, as well as seeing the children. The district attorney making statements, and here it is. I filed my last ineffective assistant counsel on a sentencing claim. This is what the judge said. This is what the judge said to me in the ruling. The judge said, although the petitioner is not entitled to relief, the code commands him for his grace strides and self-improvement and rehabilitation while incarcerated. Why nobody else can't see that? I'm 69 years old. I don't want to die in prison. I need an opportunity to prove to myself I can make it. I can make it. Don't take the past and crucify me for my future. Please allow me a future. Mr. Miles said they have an intensive program, a long-term housing program. Please give this poor man, old man, a chance to live.
Right.
I haven't had, give me a chance, please, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Council prepared to vote? I'm gonna vote first. Well, you're fiery, you upset, but you have done a lot of work in the last couple of years. You've done better, like I said, I am concerned about the fact that you're 6th class offender, you've had poor supervision, you've constantly been in and out of the system. You're right, you're headed in the right direction. You're 70 years old. And although don't feel terribly 100% comfortable with it, I'm going to give you a shot on my end. I think you need long-term substance abuse. I think you need to go to Steve Hall's intensive substance abuse program for 9 months. So my vote would be to grant your parole after successful completion of substance abuse, long-term substance abuse program. After that, you'll have to have a curfew from 9 p to 6 a. You'll have to attend NAA 3 times a week.
Yes,
You'll
sir.
get with the first 72. And you'll have random drug screens. I'm just one vote. I'm just, listen, I hear you. There's a lot of frustration. There's a lot of angst. You are upset. You're 70 years old. This is your last shot, man. This is
Yes,
it.
sir. That's right. Yes, sir. Yes,
You know what,
sir.
dog?
That's
Dog,
right.
good. Yeah, mine. Go to Steve Hall. Try to get better. Do what you can do. Try to stay out. That's just my vote. One vote. All right, Mr. Jackson.
All right. Ms. Scott, I'm 69 too.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's still a lot of life, hopefully, after 69. You squandered most of your life, but I'm gonna go along with Mr. Kelsey and give you the opportunity to get long-term substance abuse treatment while you're incarcerated. And so my vote is to grant your parole after completion of the Steve Hoyle substance abuse treatment program with the same conditions as outlined by Mr. Kelsey.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Dotson.
Mr. Scott, I've listened very carefully today and I hear what you're saying. I am disappointed in your record. I would have hoped that, as Mr. Myers said, the light's starting to flicker. And I wish it would have started flickering so it'd be shining bright right now. But I do think that you now have the desire. So I will agree with my colleagues. My vote is the same for the same reasons with the same special conditions. Good luck.
All right, 3 votes.
Thank y'all.
Long-term substance abuse program, you have curfew 9 P to 6 A, random drug screens, NAA 3 times a week. And
Thank
you'll first 72. You understand the stipulation?
Yes, sir. Thank
All right,
y'all.
3 votes
Thank you.
granted.
God bless.
Sit on the front rows is your last chance. Good luck
Thank
to
you, sir. God bless. Thank y'all very much. Thank you. Good God.
Ben, you understand what that means?
Yeah,
You're gonna-
man.
Whenever
All right, please introduce yourself, state your name and DOC number for the record.
Calvin Cuvion, DOC 470425.
All right, Calvin, my name is Brendan Kelsey. Along with me is Miss Bonnie Jackson, Miss Cheryl Nelson will be your panel. I'll explain the process to you. We'll read some information to the record, have a parole interview, ask you some questions. You can respond. At the end, you can make a statement, we'll take a vote. You understand the question?
Yes, sir.
And we have good many guests here today that be able to speak at the appropriate time. We have Carrie Myers, Emily Ratner, who speak at the end of after you. I suspect you want to wrap up at the end. Tracy Calais, Abigail Cuvion, Allison Cuvion, Laura Cutler, Mark Wybrand, Felix Bourgeois, Jay Bourgeois, Denise Hewlett, Vanessa William, Asha Harbison, Heather Kirkendall, Blake Leish, Christopher Kirkendall. And then we have Miss Sharon Roberts, Lucy Booty, Wayne Rogers, Scott Ferguson, Judy Ferguson, David Rogers, Eddie Roberts. Thank you all for being here. We'll speak at the appropriate time. All right, Calvin Cuvion, DOC number 470425. You're a first class offender. Parole eligibility date 2/16/2024. Good time date 3/3/2028. Full term date 2/18/2030. 28-year sentence for manslaughter and simple escape. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, would you please answer Ms. Renata's questions?
Good morning, Ms. Cuvion. How you doing?
Doing fine, ma'am. Thank you.
Good. How old are you, sir?
I'm 41 now.
And how long you been in jail?
I've been in prison going on 22 years.
You were 19 or 20 at the time of the offense?
I had just made 20. Yes, ma'am.
Well, tell us what happened.
So the night of my crime, my fiance and I were moving from my apartment down the street, not far, maybe a mile from my apartment to a house. Unfortunately, all we had was her car because my truck was in the shop. So we were moving some furniture back and forth, and we really needed a truck to be able to move some big things. So the only person I can think about to contact was my friend Justin Stein, who lived in LaPlace. And so I contacted him, and unfortunately he was delivering pizza that night at Domino's, but he did refer me to his brother Brandon, who he had said was with a friend who owned the truck. And so he gave me his number, and I called Brandon, and it wound up being 3 guys that came over to my apartment and met my fiance and I, who was moving. It was Brandon and his cousin Timmy, who I did not expect to come. And they were in Jim Rogers' truck, whom I had met for the first time. And so we had all moved things back and forth from my apartment down the street to my house. At some point in time, after everything was pretty much in place in my home and my apartment was empty, my fiance Tracy went back to her home with her mom to take care of my youngest daughter, Abigail. And at some point, me and the guys smoked a joint, and we had everything set up with the futon next to my television, and we were taking turns playing video games. And at some point, Jim wanted to get up and leave and go home. And he got up and shook my hand, and I said, it was nice to meet you, and I appreciate you helping me. And he went to the door, and Brandon jumped up and went behind him and pulled him back. And I was sitting on the chair, and Timmy was on the futon to my left. And Brandon pulled Jim back towards me, and I moved my chair out of the way because it was a closed area with the television in front of me. And as I moved the chair back, I felt a pop to my face, and I looked up, and it was Jim moving his arms. And I got up out of reflex and hit Jim a few times. And I paused, not trying to fathom what's going on right now, because there was no argument between anyone, so I didn't understand what was going on, why there was this conflict. And then next thing I know, Brandon has Jim in the other room. And as I approached where they were, I saw the belt for the first time, because the whole house was dark. There were no lights on, only the television. And I could see from the bedroom with no curtains. I saw for the first time that Brandon had the belt around Jim's neck. And that's when I realized that Brandon was trying to kill Jim. And now I realize that I feel that I helped kill Jim because I hit Jim and because I helped Brandon cover up this horrible crime. I realize now that I did help kill Jim. And I know that I could have done a lot more. I could have stopped Brandon. I could have pushed Brandon off of Jim. I could have called the police. I had my cell phone on me. I could have did many things, but instead I did not. I chose to be reckless and foolish and to help him cover up this horrible crime.
And so why didn't you help?
I think because I was just young and foolish, reckless, and my thinking now, reflecting on back then, I obviously was being selfish, because all I could think about was them getting out of my home. I just wanted them out of there. And like I say, selfish because I didn't care where they were going. And I should have called the police. I should have made sure that Jim got help, and I did not. I aided.
So you've been in jail for about 21 years, and so you've had a lot of time to think about the events of that day, that night. So you hit him, Jim, after he was restrained.
Yes, ma'am.
And have you come to any determination as to why this happened?
All I could imagine, it was out of pure reflex from being hit myself.
No, I meant the whole crime. Why did it take place? You
I'm
said
not-
it was trying to leave, and then it all happened.
I don't know why Brandon did it. I don't know why he.
So you had a jury trial. You were originally charged with second-degree murder,
Yes, ma'am.
and the jury reduced it to manslaughter.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have a mandatory release date, good time date in March of 2028. Your parole eligibility is February of next year. So if you were favorable today, you wouldn't get out till then. Tell us, as you can imagine, there's very strong opposition to consideration for early release, and we'll hear some of that a little later today. We do have in the record a letter from the sheriff. Strong opposition, believes you should serve out the remainder sentence, and that he does not support parole. But tell us, if you would, please, over the last 21 years, what have you been doing?
Well, ma'am, I have been, as you know, I don't get good time. So I've been, over my whole incarceration, I've just been trying to find ways to be a better person and to develop as a man, and no longer an irresponsible boy, but to take the programs that DCI has. And when I first came here, I enrolled and got my GED, and then tried to help others as well obtain their GED by being a tutor. And then after doing that, I immediately enrolled in the BOTEC and got certified as an auto body collision repair worker or technician. And then I also, upon graduating from that, became a tutor to help other people obtain their certifications as well. I try to help people being in a situation. I've worked in the infirmary with the hospice program, helping older ones and infirm ones who are pretty much on their last dying days, their last days here with us, trying to help those people out. And also with the DB court, I would help in the past with DB court. Before I made trustee, I was on the compound And I would help the colonels out when they would have Spanish speakers and they couldn't really understand what they were saying during court. I would help out with translations. I've taken many different programs, as I said, to help me become rehabilitated and change my ways of thinking, my rebellious ways of thinking, to just help become a better person and to help those, to be an example also for my children, an example for those, for my loved ones on the outside that do observe me, that do keep in contact with me, that they can see that I am a better person and they can be proud of me for the changes that I've made, although incarcerated, although I am here and not into society, I am a better person now, and I'm constantly developing to become a better person for that day when I do come home into society. I can help out. I can be an asset in my community, whether it be to children or an asset to anyone that I can help them learn from my experience of what not to do, and I can be a living example to those ones. But I
Well,
also,
sir, you mentioned as soon as you got there, or shortly thereafter, you got your GED. What grade did you complete in school?
I dropped out in 11th grade.
Why?
Honestly, I was smoking weed, and I had a part-time job at a car dealership after school and on summertime, but I was skipping out of school and missing school, and so I really felt like it didn't make any sense to stay in school because I was wasting my time, so I quit and worked full time.
Any other drugs, marijuana?
I'm sorry?
Any other drugs?
I had taken other drugs before, but marijuana, I was dependent on marijuana.
So the night of this murder, were there any drugs or alcohol involved?
Well, we had been drinking Smirnoff Ice. I had actually one beer that night, one Smirnoff Ice. The guys had been drinking. It was Mardi Gras, and they had been drinking before showing up in my house, and they did bring some Smirnoff Ice.
So you
I
just
found
had
out
one drink?
I had one drink, yes, ma'am. I found out after the fact, after my arrest, that my landlady, she showed up at some point in time at the house and sold Brandon Stein some cocaine that he supposedly had did at my home, which I did not know at the time.
Right, so your prison record looks pretty good. You've only had I could see in the 20+ years, 3 write-ups. The last was in 2008, which is good. You have a low risk score. And I do make note that you have, your volunteer work, the community service work you've done within the prison community. You have lots of letters of support, but you do have opposition that's expressed by the district attorney's office, the law enforcement that I mentioned. So why do you think, given all that and the opposition that is there that you're aware of, why do you think we ought to consider you for early release?
Well, because ma'am, I'm very deeply remorseful for my involvement in this crime. And I'm just ready to give back to society. I'm ready to go out and be a living example of my rehabilitation, of how I have changed from being a reckless, irresponsible boy, 20-year-old boy, to a man now, and just to be a better example into society, as I have done here in prison. And I just thank you all for giving me this chance today to be here and to express my sorrow and my remorse to all those that I have affected. I cannot say enough how sorry I am for what I have done.
So all the classes you've taken, you mentioned a few, which one had the most impact and why?
I really enjoyed Thinking for a Change, which was facilitated by Mr. James Duvall, who's here with us today. I feel like that class was really hands-on for me personally because it had dialogue. It had a lot of dialogue, which helped allow me to see a different, as the class is called Thinking for a Change, it allows you to have a different perspective to be able to change your way of thinking. For example, we would have dialogue which had negative and positive outlooks. So it would allow you to sit back to think more, not just for myself, but to think for others. So I really enjoyed that class.
Tell us about the Simple Escape on your record.
So at that point in time, I had just made 21. I had a court-appointed lawyer who advised me to take 40 years for manslaughter or go to trial and get a life sentence. At that point in time, I had gotten into a few fights in the parish jail. As you could imagine, there was a lot of tension, a lot of stress. Everybody in the jail pretty much was facing a life sentence on violent crimes. So I felt as a young kid, I was trapped. I didn't understand the judicial system. I didn't respect the laws either. And my scope on life was so short, not even understanding that I would once again jeopardize my family's lives by making this decision. I had no plans at all as to when I got out, I wouldn't be able to stay in contact with my family. So it was another foolish, childish, reckless decision that I made.
You mentioned plans. What are your plans now? No matter when you get out, you're gonna get out. What are your plans?
Yes, ma'am. My plans right now are to receive the support from LPP, the Louisiana Parole Project in Baton Rouge. As you know, I have a great support system with my family and friends, many homes waiting on me. However, I feel that from experience from guys that I know that have gone to Parole Project, Warden Bickham has told me how the Parole Project is a very big support, my attorney as well. And so although I have family support, I look forward to going to Parole Project and to have them help me to enroll in certain classes, not only at the Parole Project, but for when I do become into society, to help me with my transition to go back into society, certain classes that they feel that I may need upon evaluating me. Whatever the classes may be, I look forward to doing that.
All right, what happened to the Parole Project?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
Beyond that,
Okay, upon release from Parole Project, my fiance, Tracy Kaye, her boss, David Wascom, is an owner for Turnkey Construction in Holden, Louisiana. And he is offering a job to be able to go out and do renovation on homes, building homes, and which is good because right now Warden Bickham has allowed me to be doing that type of work, to go out in the free world and get hands-on experience with homes and industrial, commercial buildings, to be able to work with that and just to get ready.
Warden Bickham, what can you add?
Well, I'm gonna correct something real quick. I think he didn't say it quite right. He learned skills in here, so maybe in the future he can go out and work on homes and stuff. I think he made it sound like I let him go out and work on homes. I don't. But I tell you, I got to talk about Calvin just for a minute. It's absolutely terrible what took place, but I can only speak to what's happened inside the prison. So how he's been here, and I'm gonna tell you, he has been a very good inmate in the prison system. As you mentioned, he's only had 3 write-ups in 21 years. The last one was 2008. So he absolutely stays out of trouble. He is in our honor housing. He stays in our honor housing. We have him there. He's a Pride member. He, of course, is a member of our Pillars program, which is a little trying to be helps with that. He's going with the Parole Project and stuff, and he's learned some skills. What he's talking about is he's been a carpenter lately. He's a trustee. He didn't mention that. He is a trustee here that helps with the carpenter crew going and doing some things like that. So he does hobby crafts and stuff. I know one person fussed because he in a joking way, he drew some unicorns on there without the ears, and I think the little girls were upset about it and stuff. So he's got some learning to do on there, but he's really done well inside the prison. I have to speak for him on that.
All right, we'll hear from Mr. Kerry Myers now.
Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. Yes, Mr. Couvion is a client of Parole Project. We're prepared to offer him our services should he get granted today. It's obvious just listening to Mr. Couvion speak that he isn't the 20-year-old who made many poor decisions. He is a mature man. He's also, at this point in his life, ready. This is a perfect time. He's very employable. At his age, he's got the ability to sustain work and stability for a long time. He's shown stability while he's been incarcerated during his time, particularly living in honor housing, being a trustee, and the programs that he's taken. So we are prepared to help him through things like technology and connecting him to all his services. We're prepared to get him a mental health and substance abuse assessment. And I know that he will comply with any of those recommendations. I think that Mr. Cuvion is just at the prime age in showing, based on his record, to be released now so that he can actually get his life back together and live a full, complete life and reach his full potential. So we would ask this board to grant his release today.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ratner, you're gonna follow, but finish up the end, correct? After he speaks? Okay, great.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, we'll hear from Ms. Sharon. Is it Ms. Sharon Rogers? I'm sorry. Is that correct? Thank you. I apologize for misstating it earlier.
I'm Jim Rogers' mother, Sharon. I said you all have read the letters and know the way my son was taken. It was a senseless murder, and both Brandon Stein and Calvin Cuvion facilitated. There were two attackers, and Jim had no chance. Calvin Cuvion showed no mercy to Jim as he begged for his life. His life meant nothing to him, a human life meant nothing to him. He had helped Calvin that night move furniture to his new residence. He helped him, and this led to his death. Calvin didn't care about human life. In fact, he chuckled when we call him that murder. It may be funny to him, but it was no joke to any of us. And we are a strong family. Several of them are here today. Some came from Tennessee, some from Texas, Washington, D.C. There's no closure for the pain in our hearts. Jim will ever be 17 and away from us. I listened to all the things that Calvin accomplished in prison. But one thing has not changed. When he tells what happened that night, he's not telling the truth. As he was being strangled by Brandon Stein, and he intentionally punched Jim several times. There wasn't any accident. So what's in this man's heart? Words are easy. I don't trust him. I think he's a narcissist, a liar, lacks moral values, and does not accept responsibility for his actions. And that obviously has still not changed. He doesn't show empathy for others. He can say the words that people want to hear. There's no true remorse in his heart. Jim got up to leave, and he restrained him from doing so. So tell the truth, Calvin. I do not think he should be released to be around law-abiding people. And I ask that parole be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. I will hear from Mr. Wayne Rogers.
Calvin's here, my son is not. I have to speak for him. If he can't. Still going over this in my head. How could Calvin just spontaneously fall off and hit my son multiple times? Is this really believable? I ask you. Timothy and Brandon had planned this. It's in the court records. Had planned this for over a week. They talked about it when they were together. And Calvin, yet they're going to ask my son to help him move Calvin.
over to his house, pick up all his stuff and help him move his things and his family into that house. And then he's just gonna shake his hands and then step back until he swings violently and hits him. He's gonna punch him multiple times in the face. This makes no sense. It can't be what happened. He's still not telling the whole truth. He's making everything look best for him, just so he can get out of here. And so all I can ask you is do us a favor and please measure the words he says. Look between the lines about who he's really truly talking about. Is he talking about Jim? Is he talking about the family? Does he have trueness in his heart? That he told everything the truth? That he's opening up everything in true remorse? How can you be remorseful if your story still doesn't make sense and yet you won't clarify enough for us to know what really happened that night and why he jumped in on this execution of my son? So I ask you please to consider that. He was given punishment. He should serve the full time for that punishment because of the nature of the crime and what he did to my son. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Miss Betty Rogers.
I ask us all, how can we now believe a word that Calvin Cognon is speaking today? He just gave it the summary and he left out, it's in the court record, that Brandon and Calvin discussed murdering Jim 2 days before. Check it, it's in both the court record and in the appeals document. I've just read them all. And he is a Lion King from February 13, 2002 until his sentencing. Under oath he lied. And if that man is today using the word reflex, he said reflex. Take a look at the photos of Jim's face when his body was recovered. He has made up this whole story. Judy Cullen, the prosecutor, she stood up in the court beside him and said, shaking her arm, show me how a reflex works. Calvin said, Brandon strangling my nephew Jim bumped into Calvin and he jumped up and in a reflex punched Jim 3 times. Julie said, how do you punch with a reflex 3 times? It's not possible with the human body. That's not a reflex in. And Calvin today in 2023 is still saying reflex. He has not taken responsibility for it. He's lying. Again, look at the photo of Jim's face. And he lied from the very beginning. He made up this story. He was in Bourbon Street. Jim shows up, moves his furniture. Calvin leaves, and then later Jim's gone and his mattress is gone. Calvin already knew that Jim was dead and that his mattress went with the body in the back of the truck. He didn't mention that he hopped on the tailgate of the truck and rode with the truck with Jim's body behind him from his new house back to his apartment. And then they took my nephew's body and threw it in the swamp. And Calvin knew that's what they were going to do. They were going to dispose of it. And Calvin gave him their mattress. And when they found Jim's body 3 days later, can you imagine what our family went through in those days? That mattress matched Calvin's mattress. Calvin helped put it in the truck. And Calvin, I'm going to repeat this, 2 days before that, Brandon discussed killing. So that's great. If he's rehabilitated, we support it. We support it 100% that he can do that rehabilitation in prison. If that man is still using this bogus reflex, look at Julie Cullen's words during the trial. Reflex today in 2023. That man does not deserve to get 1 day early at prison because until he learns to let go of the reflex and tell the truth, as Brandon wrapped his belt around Jim's neck. At first he thought they were joking, then he begged for his life and then he died. Calvin was punching him. Why Jim was begging for his life? That's not a reflex. I just ask you. That man deserves, and he will be better off for it if he serves his full sentence. This is a very difficult day for all of us, and we're grateful that you're listening to our side of the story. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you for your comment. So sorry. All right. Calvin, would you like to make a statement on your behalf?
Yes, sir, I would.
Speak to the board.
I know that the word sorry is it's not enough. It can never bring back Jim. It can never bring him back. And I know that no matter what I can do, it will never take back the horrible thing that I did do that day. Me hitting Jim and me helping Brandon cover it up by removing Jim from my home and placing him in his truck. I understand that no matter what I do, no matter what I say, it will help anything, but I cannot express how very regretful, how very sorry I am for the person that I was then. And I hope that you can understand that I'm not that person now, that I have learned from my mistake. I have learned from that reckless person that I was then. And I understand now that I was very wrong and being lawless and helping out in what I did. I'm very, very sorry for the lives that I have harmed. There's so many lives from what I have done that day. And I know I will never understand the impact of harm that I did to the Rogers family and many others as well, loved ones. But I just ask that you can please allow me to display my sorrow, to display my remorse when I do come into society. And I hope that you can eventually please see my actions here in prison, that I have not been a violent man. I've had many chances to be violent among violent people, but I have not, because I want to display a better person. I want to display a better way of life in here so that when I do come home, I can continue doing that. I can continue being a law-abiding citizen. And I am very sorry for what I did do as a child back then.
Right, thank you. All right, Miss Emily, would you like to wrap it up?
I would, Commissioner, but would it be possible for Ms. Kaye to speak before I do?
Sure, she'd like to make a brief statement. She wasn't on the list to speak, but if she wants to make a brief statement.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tracy Kaye. I'm Calvin's fiance and mother of his two daughters, Allison and Abigail. We're all very emotional and look forward to the possibility of Calvin coming home. When we were teenagers, I knew Calvin very well. He was hot-headed, immature, and reckless. He didn't think things through before acting or reacting. His immaturity led him to make a huge mistake on that awful night. And then we both made even more mistakes when we tried to cover up what had happened instead of immediately telling the truth and trying to get help. Calvin and I are both so regretful for our part in what happened. We both wish we could have made better decisions, and we will always fault ourselves for not choosing better. As parents ourselves, we agonize over what we have put the Rogers family through. I'm so sorry for my role. There aren't enough words to express the guilt and remorse that I and we feel. We will both spend the rest of our lives wishing we could change the terrible decisions we made back then. As adults, we have tried very hard to teach our daughters that every move they make matters, and have used our past shortcomings in life to try to strengthen their morals. They understand what their father did, and they know he's paying the price his crime demands. Today, Calvin is a better man. He has grown immensely and has taken every opportunity to learn and better himself. While gaining good time is a major incentive for people to take classes in prison, Calvin took all the classes he could in an effort to grow, knowing he wouldn't earn good time from them based on his sentence. He did it because he wanted to be a better person. During his time in prison, he has changed and found great moral fortitude. He learned to be patient, have humility, show grace to others, and care when he sees people having a tough time. He helps those around him and encourages them to be better and hold themselves to a higher standard than they've accepted for themselves. He has learned to take responsibility for his decisions and knows that every decision he makes is an important one. The Calvin of the late 90s and early 2000s didn't know that. Now he does. He will be an asset to me and our family. Our daughters have waited a long time to truly feel their dad's presence in their lives outside of the prison and are excited to get the chance to experience a life with him here. My sons, who are 8 and 10, are very excited to have Calvin living with us, and I'm eager to have him help shape my sons so they can grow into good men one day because of his influence. He has been on this journey of growing and rehabilitating for 22 years. I know he'll be skilled at helping shape them. The children and I hope you will see fit to grant Calvin's release on parole. I have a home in Mandeville, and we are counting down the days until we can hopefully share it. I'm a property manager and do marketing for a couple businesses, so I am financially independent and capable of supporting Calvin upon his release. He also has his own professional aspirations, and I will emotionally support him while he works toward his goals. I appreciate you all for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. I hope you can see that Calvin is no longer the impulsive, hot-headed boy he once was, and that you will grant release to the man he has become. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ratner, would you like to wrap it up?
I would. Thank you, commissioners, for, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just briefly wrap it up, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I've been representing Calvin for a little over a year, and I've gotten to know him, his fiance, and the whole Couvillon family pretty well in that time. And I can say that Calvin sits before you as a transformed person. He is no longer the reckless and self-serving young man that he was when he committed this crime. He is an example of a remarkable rehabilitation. I think you've heard that from the warden, and you can see it on the record. 3 write-ups in 22 years, Class A trustee. Calvin is remarkable. I cannot imagine what the Rogers family has suffered, and I don't pretend to understand their experience. I think it is my role here to correct the record. My understanding of the record is there was no evidence at this trial that Calvin Couvillon was in any way part of any premeditation within this crime. Calvin and I have discussed this crime again and again and again. In our parole preparations, I have told him, as I tell all of my clients, owning your whole action in the crime is the key. You have to show that you can fully own everything you did on that night. I fully believe that if Calvin had had more of a role than he has owned for you today, he would have said so. I believe that. I've been doing this work for a decade. I think Calvin is being honest with you to the best of his memory. At the same time, Calvin is responsible for the death of Jim Rogers. He owns that responsibility. He lives with it every day. His jury concluded that manslaughter was the appropriate sentence, and then the appropriate conviction, and his judge set his sentence. I believe Calvin has completely transformed in the way he understands his activity at that time. And I hope that you've been able to hear the remorse that he expressed today, as well as Ms. Kaye. I think much more compelling and reflective of Calvin's remorse, much more than his words, are his deeds. He's worked all over this prison. He built the attorney-client visitation room that I've been meeting with him in. Every skill he's developed in here, he immediately turns around and shares it. He's tutored people here in GED and auto body collision repair. He taught himself Spanish in here, and he's interpreted for disciplinary court. And not to curry favor, not to prove that he is not the child that he was when he committed this crime. This is how he is showing his remorse, by serving others. That's how he